can still remember the first time that we kissed, feeling light as a feather. I always wanna feel like this, but at some point we miss up, right, sugar? And when we fight, no one wants to stop. we go, I put this miserable song on repeat. Cause you seem to forget how much you are hurting me. Do what's right, you say you will, but then you don't. You just don't. You don't care, cause you don't take me seriously. What's there to repair if you don't wanna talk to me? You should know your time is up, I'm out, I'm done. So I'm putting you on a lifetime sentence, and you'll no longer feel my presence. So you thought I would let this slip, thought you knew me so much better. You're on a lifetime sentence, so now you never feel my presence. So you thought I would let this slip, thought you knew me so much better. So you thought I would let this slip, thought you knew me so much better. Yeah, yeah. So you thought I would let this slip. No, that's right. Your words don't mean a thing to me. Sleepless night, your love has left us incomplete. Thinking that your promises will fit so loud. No, that's right. So I'm putting you on a lifetime sentence, and you'll no longer feel my presence. So you thought I would let this slip, thought you knew me so much better. You're on a lifetime sentence, so now you never feel my presence. So you thought I would let this slip, thought you knew me so much better. Cause I don't. So you thought I would let this slip, thought you knew me so much better. Oh no. So you thought I would let this slip. So I put you on a lifetime sentence, and now you never feel my presence. So you thought I would let this slip, thought you knew me so much better. You're on a lifetime sentence, so now you never feel my presence. Never feel. So you thought I would let this slip, thought you knew me so much better. Thought you knew me so much better.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start in the next 10 minutes. Those who want to may still help themselves to coffee while we wait. We are running a little bit behind schedule. We're just waiting for one of the speakers to arrive, and we'll start shortly. Thank you.
Feels a one we lost all ambition, worthy of blame. Without nothing moves forward, it just stays the same. Think you know the answer, but you're playing a game. Always need you. if you're thinking about leaving, let me know. If you're thinking that you don't wanna hurt me, go and I'm getting bored. 'Cause I can find another, so don't hold me back. You're not allowed to spend my time, 'cause that is what you came here for. Oh, this is what we gonna do. You never come clean and you never come through. Take your shit and don't come back. Looking so surprised how you could do me like that. It was all up to you. Give me some space, I don't care what you do. Give me back my money too. 'Cause I'm going out tonight. I'm gonna leave it all, yeah. I won't let it get into my mind. No, no, no. He thinks he can, 'cause he's a man, but he is just a boy. No, won't let it steal away my shine now. I know you're thinking about me from time to time. Before you do anything stupid, think before you speak your mind. 'Cause I am on a roll, yeah, so don't hold me back. You're not allowed to spend my time, 'cause that is what you came here for, right? Oh, yeah. This is what we gonna do. Oh, you never come clean and you never come through, yeah. Oh, you're looking so surprised like you could do me like that. guiding star. 'Cause I need your loving, baby, and never let me down. Let me down, let me down. I'm your song, yeah, you're playing all my melodies. There's no one else, 'cause baby, we got chemistry. You gave me feelings, feelings that I never knew. This heart of mine will always and forever belong to you. You and me were meant to be one. The universe has known it all along. Maybe this is where our story starts. Maybe it was written in the stars. Written in the stars. You, me, forever, yeah. You, me, written in the stars. You, me, forever, yeah. You, me, written in the stars. You, me, forever, yeah.
You quite some time thinking about the day that we met. I love to see you smile. Can't take my eyes off your silhouette. So today I have planned it out so carefully. I know the things that you like. We'll be singing and dancing on the way. I got plans for you all day, all night. 'Cause we're running out of time. So cover your eyes, 'cause I have a surprise for you. Baby, it's your birthday. Now you don't have to wait no more. So get ready, get ready, get ready. Just want you for myself all day. Let me show you what I got in store. So get ready, get ready, get ready.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Please, can we start? My name is Tandega Ellenson. I am the program director for today. And before we start, I will allow the ICC to play the 2-minute safety video. And then after that, we will do the official start. Thank you.
Welcome to the Durban ICC, where the world meets Africa. As a leading world-class events facility, we make your safety our #1 priority. Please give us your attention for a few minutes to take you through some important health and safety information. For you to use around the venue. They are clearly marked in the foyer and concourse areas. The Durban ICC is a smoke-free building, but we do have clearly marked smoking zones outside the main entrance and in the courtyards opposite the concourse. Please make use of these areas and the ashtrays provided when you smoke. In the event of a medical emergency, please dial the emergency number 031 360 1111 for assistance. The Durban ICC has developed a very simple emergency evacuation plan that everyone must be familiar with. Our staff are specially trained and will be there to assist you in following this plan. In the event of an evacuation, an announcement will be made to leave the venue. Please remain calm and walk swiftly to the nearest emergency exit in the concourse area. These exit doors are clearly marked. Security guards and the marshals will also help direct you out of the building. Please do not use any lifts or escalators in the event of an emergency. Once outside, you will be directed to the nearest assembly point by the marshals for your safety. Please wait at the assembly point until the venue has been cleared and the marshal deems it safe for you to return to your seats. Thank you for your time and enjoy this event.
I would like to greet our Head of Department for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Mr. Nhlakanipho Kotane, the Chairperson of the Board of the Moses Kotane Institute, Ms. Siphelele Khomo, board members of the Moses Kotane Institute, in particular Dr. Isaac Maki, the DDG of Department of Education, Dr. Mthembu, all the seniors in the academia, government, business, and all attendees joining us virtually, as well as attendees that are present here physically. I would request that we switch our cell phones, well, not switch them off, but put them on silent, and so that we do not disturb others who are trying to focus on the event of today. This program is being streamed. Today is Friday, the 21st of October 2022. We are at the ICC. Our program today is related to the curriculum change. This is the symposium, and after this we will be having a career fair for the graduates. So before I waste time, I will briefly advise you that the Moses Kotane Institute is an institute of economic development, tourism and environmental affairs, and that we drive economic growth development through research and innovation, and we try to bring practical solutions for government, business and society. And this is the reason why we're here, to try and bring solutions. So this session for today is not going to be much about talking about the challenges that we face. Yes, we will have a presentation about the challenges, but we are solution driven. So every speaker that is going to come forward will come with a solution. We know what the problems are. Research is going to tell us what the problems are, but today, if you're going to speak, please just provide a solution for the society. With that, I would like to welcome the chairperson of the board, Ms. Siphelele Khomo, to come and greet us and welcome us officially at the Moses Kotane Institute.
I would like to start by acknowledging our MEC, Ubabu Duma, in his absentia. Acknowledge the HOD present with us, Mr. Nkondwana, the board member, Dr. Maki, and the board members that are attending virtually. I would also like to acknowledge the MKI CEO, Dr. Ellenson, and the staff, the ETA staff, all the representatives from the institutes of higher learning, the different institutions, the members of the industries, the captains of the industry that are here, the graduates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Sanibonani. My name is Siphelele Khomo, the chairperson of Moses Kotane Institute. I'm actually very excited to officially open this curriculum change symposium. I was actually reflecting and asking myself, why are we going there? What is it that you want to achieve? As a chairperson of MKI, what will make me say this event was a success? An opportunity like this, when we have it as MKI, we always say to ourselves, let us make sure that there is a clear action plan. It's all good and well to organize an event. We talk, but all we want to see is an action plan. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us sit together. Let's have the conversations. Let's engage and make sure that there is an action plan. We have 3 sketches that we are faced with as a country. We've got a sketch of unemployment, a sketch of poverty, a sketch of inequality. And I always say to people, my belief is that if we sort out the big one, to me the big one is the sketch of unemployment. So if we can attack that one aggressively, I truly believe that we then can deal with poverty and inequality. We've seen it. Even some of us are a living proof that when one of us in our families is actually employed and has a proper job, we are able to help a lot of people. So that addresses the issue of inequality, of poverty. So please let us engage, ladies and gentlemen. Let's really make sure that there's a clear action plan, because we've really been talking about this thing for a very long time. We talk about unemployment, we talk about the challenges, we're not sure whether the curriculum in higher learning is really delivering what is required. The industry is looking for something else. Let us sit here. We have all the people, we have all the right stakeholders that can attack this thing, and let us come out of this symposium with a clear action plan that must be shared, because we sometimes develop these action plans, but they're not going to the right places. But I'm happy here that we've got different stakeholders. We've got the higher institutions, and I'm really grateful for the attendance, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to put down the list, but share it, colleagues. When you go to your places, share the information. Let's work together. Let us assist our young people. Let us assist our graduates. The last thing that I want to make a comment on, when it comes to entrepreneurship, I think for me we need to be careful that we don't talk about entrepreneurship as an alternative to dealing with unemployment. Because to me, it seems to be having a negative connotation that you only have to think about entrepreneurship when you cannot find a job. That is not what entrepreneurship is meant to be doing. Entrepreneurship is one of the tools that we should be using in this country to empower young people, to make sure that we deal with the economic transformation of our province, of our country. Not because we cannot find a job, then be an entrepreneur. When I'm listening to people commenting saying, I couldn't find a job, and then I started a business, I'm like, thank God you could not find a job, because we would have missed out. If you got a job, the country would have missed out, on a business person. So please, let us change the mindset when we talk about entrepreneurship. It is a tool for us to be economic transformed and empowered. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, and let's engage. Let's come up with an action plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. We take notes from that. Let's come up with an action plan. Let's share information. Let's assist the unemployed. And entrepreneurship is a tool for economic transformation and innovation, I might add. Our next speaker is Dr. Buthelezi, Dr. Simpiwe Buthelezi. Dr. Simpiwe Buthelezi is very passionate about this subject. She is an executive manager for research and development at the Moses Kotane Institute, and you will hear for yourself. She's done a research, and she will be tabling the findings of the research related to the complexities and the challenges of the graduate unemployment in KwaZulu-Natal. So let us warmly welcome Dr. Simpiwe Buthelezi. Doc, you may come.
Thank you, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all and all protocol observed. I think if I start greeting by protocol, I'll end up just focusing on that and not focusing on the business for today. So you will forgive me. As our chairperson has alluded, that today we are going to discuss the outcome of the research that we conducted at Moses Kotane, looking at the difficulties or the challenges that are faced by young people when it comes to trying to secure employment. As a way of introduction, it is important for us to note that unemployment amongst graduates is a global challenge, and it is and to the instability of our economy. That is, we have slow economic growth, which translates to high inflation, which translates to increase in terms of the interest rate. Also, this has a bearing in terms of the employability or the amount of jobs that our economy can create. It is important to note that in Africa as a continent, and looking particularly in South Africa, unemployment is a daunting challenge. Which is why then at Moses Kotane we decided that it is important that we conduct research that seeks to uncover what are some of the challenges that are faced by young people. Because we know each and every year graduates are produced from institutions of higher learning. What happened to them? If 20,000 graduates are actually produced by institutions of higher learning per annum in South Africa alone, what happens to those graduates? So that is why it is important that we develop strategies that will seek to address the high unemployment rate in South Africa. In a study that was done by Billigan in 2016, he reported that half, which is 5 million graduates that are produced in over 668 universities in Africa, are unemployed. This really highlights the crisis that is facing our young people, not only in South Africa, but in the entire continent. It is also important to understand that as much as the chairperson has alluded to the challenges that are facing our continent in South Africa as a whole, but there is no challenge as daunting and as agonizing as that of unemployment amongst young people. And also what we need to understand is that if unemployment is not adequately addressed, we'll see that the spread or the proliferation of social unrest. I mean, we all saw what happened last year, July 2021, when we had social unrest in the province and in Gauteng, which resulted in looting and the damages not only in infrastructure, it also had a negative impact in our economy. So that is why it is important that we start addressing these challenges now before things get out of hand. I don't think any one of us sitting down here will be pleased if what happened last year can happen again. So that is why then we thought it is important that we start developing strategies as well as policies that aim at addressing this particular challenge. When you look at the diagrams, there, you see young people standing in the street, indicating that we are not really lazy. All we need is employment opportunities or jobs. And when you look at the statistics just for young people between the ages of 15 and 34, you can clearly see that they are the most affected when it comes to unemployment, given the fact that the unemployment rate generally in South Africa is at about 33%. But looking at young people between the ages of 15 and 34, unemployment rate is at 63%, if I'm not mistaken. What is important to note is that out of 1.2 million that are produced in institutions of higher learning or have been produced thus far, they remain unemployed. And the unemployment rate amongst graduates alone is currently sitting at about 9.3%. This to me really indicates that we need to do something about the manner in which we are addressing this challenge as a province. This, ladies and gentlemen, leads me to highlight the objective of the study, which was one, to assess the unemployment challenges among graduates. And also we wanted to understand what is the nature of these challenges. Is it a matter of our students being overqualified and underexperienced? Is it a matter of curriculum misalignment? Or is it a challenge not only at institutions of higher learning, but at the basic level? So when we start our schooling, I was talking to our CEO last night. I said, sometimes I do believe that it is unfair for us to start trying to solve the problems at this stage. We should go back and start and solve the problems at the grassroots level. In China, kids at 5 years old are building robots. They are coding. And our kids are labeling frogs and locusts. Our kids are labeling fish, and something that they will never use in all the years that they will have to move to high school and eventually go to varsity. That really, to me, indicates that the challenge that we are facing now are as a result of the colonial education system that we inherited. I will quote a book by Peter Callowell. It's called The Changing Faces of Colonial Education in Africa. If you haven't read the book, I would suggest that you go and get yourself a copy and you read it. It really unpacks some of the symptoms, because right now we are trying to treat the symptoms, but we are not trying to sort or solve the cause of the problem. So for us to be able to do that, then that is why it is important that we should go back and rethink, redesign, and re-revolutionize our education system as a whole. And also it is important that we start creating our own. When I say creating our own, let's start creating content that will be beneficial for Africa, an education system that will actually assist our young people, because we wouldn't be having this challenge if we're still sticking to the use or the importance of indigenous knowledge and how things used to be done in the past. Of course, with the advances in technology, it does offer us a benefit or some benefit, but it is also important that we don't forget who we are in the process. So the research questions we're trying to answer is, what is the status of unemployment in KZN amongst graduates? And then what are the contributing factors? And lastly, what is it that we can do or recommend to address this particular challenge? As a way of our methodology, this study, we used the quantitative research approach, whereby we developed a research questionnaire to address the objectives of the study. Thereafter, our target population was 1,853 unemployed graduates distributed in all the districts in KZN. Our sampling strategy that we used was simple random sampling technique. In terms of reliability and the validity of our work, we ensured that we received a rating of 0.9 by ensuring that our questionnaire is in line with the objective of the study. So we used the item content validity index. Thereafter, we embarked on data analysis as well as report writing. I'll start by explaining, sorry, I'll just keep turning so that I can point on the graphs. I'll start by explaining the distribution of our graduates. The majority of graduates were allocated in the eThekwini district, followed by Umgungundlovu district, as well as King Cetshwayo. Ilembe, Herigwala, as well as Umzinyati had the least number of graduates. This is mainly due to graduates resisting to participate in our study due to the frustration that they're actually facing due to lack of unemployment. So they believe that even when research is conducted, it does little to nothing to address the challenges that they're facing. Looking at the citizenship of the graduates, the majority of the respondents, which accounted for over 99%, were South African, and only 0.43% were non-South African. Furthermore, there's a graph that I did not display because there was no point in it. What is important about the findings of the study is that all the respondents that participated were Black South Africans. So meaning other racial groups were not represented. This could be attributed to the poor education system that our people are offered, and also this could be attributed to the fact that in South Africa you find that there's a lot of inequality. and also the lingering and inherent system that we've adopted in terms of our education system, which has proven very disastrous for our country. And then looking at the gender of the respondents, it is important to note that 34% were male and 66% were female, meaning that we have more unemployed graduates that are female as compared to male. And this is in collaboration with the stats report that was produced by State SA that indicated that SA labor market is actually more favorable to men than it is to women. It further stated that women are most likely to be in unpaid employment as compared to their male counterpart. Furthermore, it further alluded that looking at women alone now, even that there's a lot of discrepancies because unemployment rate just among black women was at 41%. And then looking at white, it was 8.2%. And looking at Indians, it was 22.4%, and colors was 29%. This sentence alone, to me, indicates that even when you're comparing now women against each other, there's still a crisis that we are facing as a country and as a province. Looking at the age distribution of our respondents, the majority were in the youth category, which was 48%, followed by 25% of the respondents that were between the ages of 28 and 31. And what is important to note is that some graduates were between the ages of 32 and 35. Why this is important, it's important for us, or it was important for us to note the age of these young people so that we can actually do a correlation between the age of the graduate versus which category in terms of whether they fall under youth, young people, or the elderly. Furthermore, comparing these these statistics, it is also important to note that unemployment rate, when we conducted the study, unemployment rate was sitting at about 46.3%. We then ask our graduates to indicate to us what qualifications they possess. I will spend a little bit of time in terms of this slide because to me this slide really highlights the fact that there's something that needs to be changed in our education system if you have PhD graduates, postdoctoral, and MTech graduates being unemployed. So it goes without saying that the majority of the respondents were had a qualification of a bachelor's degree or advanced diploma. When I was analyzing this data, I wanted to understand, what did these kids study? The MTech student studied linguistics up to PhD and is sitting at home with no employment. And then the PhD graduates and the postdoctoral, they did agriculture. The fact that they did agriculture, to me, it was like, what are we teaching them? I mean, that those graduates should be out there cultivating, making sure that they are producing food for this country. But because we have programmed our young people to be job seekers rather than job creators, we end up with this situation. I mean, the fact that the person has a PhD means to me you can think independently, you can think out of the box. There is something you're cut above the rest. So that is why I said it is important that we spend a little bit of time just with this particular graph alone. And also when you look at the graduates, I wanted to ascertain now, other than the fields, the human sciences and whatnot, I wanted to understand where are these kids really, which qualification do they possess? It is important to note that none of the students that we interviewed were in health sciences. And none amongst the PhD graduates, none of the students were in engineering. So that tells us that we need to start really re-evaluating the qualifications that are obsolete or qualifications that are no longer in demand or relevant as we move to the fourth and the fifth industrial revolution. The findings are similar to the report that was produced by State SA, indicating that the graduates or unemployed graduates were actually distributed across all sectors, with a limited number of people in ICT, engineering, as well as health sciences. Then we dig deeper. We wanted to understand now how many years have these young people have been unemployed. What is disheartening to note is that 4% of the graduates indicated that they've been unemployed for over 7 years after completing their studies. And moreover, what was also shocking to us was the fact that they've even lost hope in terms of applying for employment. So meaning you have young people that are depressed, feeling a sense of despair and hopeless in terms of ever being able to earn an ends meet. This is correlated by Mark D. et al. 2015, who indicated that unemployment can cause severe depression and a sense of loss because you lose your friends, so there's lack of social contact, there's lack of income, meaning that you end up not being able to provide for yourself and for your family. We then ask for those that said they're still applying, actively applying for employment. We then ask them, how many jobs do you apply for? The majority, which accounted for almost 85% of our respondents, indicated that they apply for more than 5 jobs per week. That equates to 20 jobs a month. And yet they are not even getting callbacks, they're not getting shortlisted. And even if they are lucky enough to get shortlisted, it is always the case of being overqualified and underexperienced. So you have a PhD, but you've never worked a day in your life. You have a master's degree, but you've never even tried working as a cashier. So that is why it is important that we address this problem. And also what is important is that we need to start incorporating practical experience for our graduates. Colleges as well as University of Technologies for other programs, they have a well-functioning system whereby graduates spend almost a whole year being in the industry, understanding what is it that is required and acquiring the necessary skills and the expertise for them to be able to have, if they want, jobs. So we then looked at the challenges in securing employment. And you can clearly see from the graph that lack of job availability was the biggest issue that was stated by the graduate. Meaning that we have more graduates. For an example, most of the graduates that had diploma were in human resources from the analysis of the result. So if you have more graduates with one and the same qualification and you have an oversupply of this particular qualification, it means that less and less jobs will be available for all the graduates that have the same qualification. So inevitably, it creates a stiff competition for available jobs. And this was followed by lack of relevant experience, which I've touched on. And surprisingly enough, I was very happy to see that when it comes to high remuneration expectation, our graduates are not expecting to get paid a huge lump sum of money. All they want is to just get their foot on the door, get the experience that they need, and then climb the corporate ladder. Even if it means working for free, which is what I'll touch on, because some of them were even saying, why are they not being offered positions whereby they can volunteer? Because that counts also as an experience. It's not always about the money, but we must make sure that our young people are properly skilled. And then we ask them, do you believe that your qualification is still relevant, considering that you are struggling to find employment with the qualification that you possess? 50% of the respondents said yes, they still do believe that their qualification is sort of relevant. Since, I'll put a disclaimer, since the institutions of higher learning are still enrolling thousands of students to the same field. So if institutions of learning were minimizing the number of graduates that are embarking on courses that are obsolete or no longer relevant, then we will see a change in this particular situation. And the other 50% indicated that, of course, they don't believe that these qualifications are relevant anymore. That is why it is important that we do an evaluation and analysis in terms of where our graduates end up. As most of them end up going to teaching just to make sure, just to earn ends meet. And then looking at the demand for the qualification, it was more or less the same. So others do believe that their qualification is still in demand, whereas others are indicating that their qualification are no longer in demand. This also is going to change drastically in 5-10 years from now as we move to the fifth industrial revolution. Because remember, the employment or the type of jobs that are currently existing will no longer be existing. And then we ask them to indicate to us what is it that you believe institutions of higher learning can do to actually address this particular challenge. What is important to note is that most of them indicated, which accounted for 71%, that they need internship and leadership programs. And also, they require reskilling. Others were even willing to embark on a new qualification altogether. This indicates a level of desperation if after a master's degree you embark on a completely different course. And also what is important to understand is that graduates that are offered internship and leadership programs, they tend to enhance or it enhances their chances of being employed, since they acquire critical skills during these leadership programs whereby they learn not only interpersonal skills, they supplement that with their technical as well as soft skills. So we can never underestimate the importance of practical exposure for these young people. What is also important to note, which was in collaboration with our study, is that as we move to the fifth industrial revolution, there's a huge emphasis in terms of technology. Because now we know that the jobs that will be required or the skills that will be in demand, you look at your artificial intelligence, you look at your robotics, coding, genomics, big data analysis, and so forth. Those are the things that we need to focus on. And if I may ask even one graduate here, do you think you can even assemble a robot? Do you think that you can analyze data, critically analyze data? No. That is why then we need to start changing to ensure that there is an alignment between what we teach our young people and what is demanded or what will be required in the future moving forward. We then ask graduates to indicate to us the requirements that they have for institutions of higher learning. Most of them indicated that they do believe that the institutions of higher learning, especially university, focuses mainly on theory, which is true. I went to school myself, so I know exactly what I'm talking about. You finish your degree, but you've never even gone elsewhere for you to get the exposure that you need to supplement the theory that you have or the theoretical knowledge that you have. In an ideal situation, what we want to see is a balance between theory and practicals, so that we produce well-rounded individuals with the necessary skills and expertise and competencies. They also indicated that they need placement programs whereby they'll be placed in different businesses or industry where they will actually learn to put the theory that they've learned into practice. And lastly, they indicated that they need work readiness programs, mentorship, as well as coaching. These findings are in collaboration with that was conducted by Fisher and Gonzalez in 2020, whereby they reported that in some instances, especially for engineering students or engineering graduates, it is important for them to have more practical exposure than theory. Because remember now, can you imagine what will happen if engineers didn't know how to build roads? It would be a disaster. I think that is why we're having the challenges with the potholes that we see every time we drive on our roads. Our engineers are not well equipped for them to be able to actually build roads that last. That's a joke, ladies and gentlemen. And also, placement programs are just as important because, remember, they enable collaboration between business, industry, and with our young people. As a way of recommendations, we'd like to recommend that different disciplines should ensure that community service is actually offered to all the graduates. What do I mean? You'll find that there are students, like people that are doing environmental health, for an example. Most of them are channeled to go and work for a full year. So that should be offered to all the graduates. If we start changing that, these are small changes that will make a world of difference. And also we need to ensure that we align our course content with the requirements of business as well as industry. Why I'm saying that is because most often than not, curriculum is developed in isolation of what is required by industry. And also it goes without saying that we need proper career guidance for our young people. We can't have young people going and embarking or enrolling on courses that will no longer be in demand 5, 10 years from now. We need to start changing now, preparing for the future. And then we need to reduce the number of students that are embarking on courses that are not relevant. And then it goes without saying that collaboration between academia and industry is crucial in ensuring that we produce young people that are properly skilled. With the advances in technology, which I touched on regarding the fourth and the fifth industrial revolution, it is also important that we understand what jobs will exist, start preparing now for those jobs, so that we don't end up in the same crisis that we are currently in. And then I also want to propose, or the studies propose, that there is a need for a multidisciplinary approach to learning. What does that mean? We need to make sure, for an example, let's say we phase out certain qualifications. I'll make an example, human resources. Human resources is very critical. However, why can't we incorporate such courses with a student who's doing science? So you get an individual who's a scientist who has human resources, basic financial skills being taught in the same course, and also basic entrepreneurial skills being taught. It is a shame that we are producing PhDs and masters that cannot even write a business plan. That is why it is important when you talk about a multidisciplinary approach, we're not just saying big words for nothing. It is something that we need to start implementing if we are to win the battle against high graduate and youth unemployment in this country. They begged for this. Dr. Buthelezi, please tell them. Graduates, even if they are offered internship and learnership programs, 6 months is not sufficient. Graduate programs or internship programs should be between 1 and 2 years, because you know that person has been properly skilled. At Moses Kotane, we do offer a lot of internship programs for our youngsters. And we make sure that by the time they leave, most of them, they get employed elsewhere. Most of them get employed while they are there at MKI. Reason being, we try by all means to make sure that we are not just ticking boxes by getting young people to our organization. We want to make a difference in terms of ensuring that these people are highly skilled. So internship programs, 1 to 2 years. And then what is also important is that students complain that sometimes they embark on a qualification that they don't even like or passionate about. Reason being, when they go to register at institutions of higher learning, when they don't meet the necessary points for them to go to health sciences and engineering, they are channeled to human resources or marketing. Not that there's something wrong with that, but if I'm not passionate about marketing and human resources, and then I'm doing something that I'm not even keen about, then I won't even know what to do with the knowledge that I've acquired through the years of studying. It is important that we start as government, including myself. We all take responsibility in ensuring that we develop strategies and policies that will aim at addressing this catastrophe amongst our young people. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, my favorite word, this study highlighted the challenges and the magnitude as well as the impact of unemployment amongst our young people. It is also important for us to note that we are still experiencing the traces of the legacy of apartheid amongst our young people, as this is clearly depicted by the results of the study, whereby the majority of young people that participated in the study, actually all the young people that participated in the study, were Black South Africans. This to me highlights the level of inequality that still exists and the level of segregation that still exists among Black and white and different racial groups. What is also important for us to consider is that we need to train our young people to be job creators rather than job seekers, so that we can start really making strides in terms of addressing high graduate unemployment. Other countries such as Israel, Thailand, they've made impact and strides in terms of trying to come up with strategies that assist in ensuring that our young people are employed. by deliberately focusing on them and also ensuring that they are prioritized in terms of opportunities. It goes without saying that there are no quick or easy fixes when it comes to this moment challenge that we are facing. However, if we all work together, collaborate, we will make strides and we will make a difference in young people's lives. With that, I thank you. If there are questions, I can answer them during tea.
You heard for yourself. Give Dr. Buthelezi a round of applause. That was a great study. We note the issues that have been raised, we note the findings. We note few issues, especially the slow pace of the academia in catching up with the industry. We note that the curriculum seems to be an issue. Institutions keep on offering qualifications where there's an oversupply already and creating an expectation that qualifications are actually in demand when they are not. We note that there needs to be practical experience embedded with the theory, and we need to make sure that the fields of studies are relevant to the industry. Have you also noticed an increase lately, and not just with the youth, but with the adults as well? Have you noticed an increase in mental health challenges? Ask yourself why. Why suddenly we're having lots of people suffering from depression, from, abantu bacindezelekile. Why is that? Ask yourself. There seems to be a shift that is happening. So I think we must be cautious and take care of that particular aspect. Without wasting time, as in Moses Kotane Institute, we are also promoting innovation. But part of the innovation that we've done is as a brainchild of the head of department of economic development, tourism and environmental affairs, Mr. Ntlagane Ponkontwane. He came up with an innovative idea that because we have such a challenge, of unemployed youth, where do these people go? Who knows where they are? Is there a portal? Is there a central place where these people are registering, where they can be known or found or something like that? And then we decided then to create a portal for the unemployed youth, which is going to be a central database in KZN. Let me ask Ms. Lamini, who's a manager for ICT at MKI, to come and quickly, just 2 minutes, just tell us about the portal. She's a technocrat. She's one of those that tell you on the phone, plug your computer, and you don't know what she means. She's one of those.
Thank you, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I greet you all according to your protocols. The background I had for this portal that Program Director is talking about, I thank my previous two speakers who have laid it very and emphasized the importance and the challenges that we are facing as the country. One of the things that I would like to re-emphasize perhaps is that in our society we have a lot of youth. That's what we have. So when we received the request of developing such a portal, it felt so important to us that at least now these programs will be able to see them and also resolve them at a core. And it will make even more impact in that aspect, in that response. So before I get into the portal itself, Chairperson, I'm an alumni from the University of Zululand. Lucky for me, I chose a field in that time which was regarded as a scarce skill, computer science. I graduated on top of my class with cum laude for both of my qualifications. I I didn't have to go and look for job. I've never applied anywhere. Usually, they usually just, yeah, look for me. Lucky as you can say I'm lucky and you can clap for me, it is not the same for the nowadays youth. As you have seen on the pictures that Dr. Telezi have shown, they are on the street with their qualifications and their scarce skills, then computer science qualification is no longer a scarce skill at all for the employers, which emphasize our response and which also inform the discussions that we're going to have today in the panel discussions. That other things that you need to look at: opportunities, entrepreneurship, and also how do we inform better when it comes to at a lower level. What other causes that we need to inform to our youth? So I'll just get into the portal that you developed. If you can just put it up. Okay, now it's up. We call it the KZN Unemployed Youth Platform. And mind you, this is the first phase of our of this portal. We're still developing it. We will keep on enhancing it and also making sure that it is coordinated in a way that will inform not just us as the MKI or anybody else, but it has to inform both the policymakers as well as the investors and the decision makers on where are these people that we're talking about and where to invest in terms of the opportunities that are available, and also who do they need to adopt. For instance, they can come up with some programs like Adopt a Ward if you see that there is a high unemployment in that ward. So in an essence, what the portal does, it is aimed at enabling the coordination between the employer or together with the unemployed youth. And then the youth can load in their profile and then using the form that you see. So it starts from the personal details. It's just a basic form that you always see everywhere. So a user can just load in their personal information, and we ensure that we comply with all the regulations of protecting such information. Meaning whoever is going to have access to this data, it will be the people who are internal only. And the information that we will share it upon the consent of the user. And then, as you can see, the form, it asks up to the information of a ward, starting from the district, the municipality, to the ward. And then a user or the unemployed youth is able to load their biographic information, for instance, the history of where they've studied, what they've done, or just their experience. And then on the biographic information is important also for the decision makers or for data analytics to ensure that we know exactly the people at which specific age, even amongst the youth, are unemployed. So the form enables you also to capture your educational experience. With this part, we've only put it to capture your latest education, with the fact or with the knowledge that most of your qualification would have been listed already on your CV. That is the same with the unemployment. With the field whereby we're asking about your employment history. And then it also enables you to upload some of your attachments, something like your CV or any other document that you'd like to share. So with regards to the unemployed youth, it will take this information, inform us as the MKI, as the research institution, to ensure that we always keep track. As you've heard Dr. Buthelezi, we would like, she doesn't have to go back and do the study again to check how far is the unemployment rate amongst the graduates. So the data analytics that we can do using the information that we'll have captured using this tool, it will enable her to just analyze and get such information. And then another part of this tool, it looks at the employer or the recruiter. Now the recruiters, we will approve them on our side, so that we do not give just anybody access to the information that they're not supposed to get. So we have measures in place that we've set on the form itself, something like we need somebody who has the CICP number, so that we can just check who exactly is the person that we are letting into our platform or environment. So they also have to register like the unemployed graduate, and then we capture their data, and then they wait for the approval from our side. What is good about this as the second phase or the third phase is that when we are done and when we have captured sufficient data, we'll go out for the awareness campaign whereby we will scout the companies or the organizations and have their profile ready in our platform, and also so that when an applicant is applying, we already have the knowledge and also have the profile where we can associate them. And with the intelligence that we're planning to employ in here, we want it to be automatic. We want it to, as soon as you register, it can tell you the list of companies that can that are associated or could have interest in your expertise. And then another part that is important that I'd like to emphasize is the last phase of the program or the enhancement of the program is that when the user is done or when they have uploaded everything, we would like to put up some of the features that will enable them to see the fields of the jobs that are available in that specific time. So it is a build-up work that will still go out in each and every municipality to let them know about it, and also to ensure that they are able to use it as an effective tool. With that, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoy your day.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dlamini, and thank you very much, HOD, for that innovative idea. We will now call upon Mr. Shakil Ori, who's going to give us just a little bit of talk on the lessons from Thailand before we allow the HOD to come to the platform with his keynote address and launching the database officially. Mr. Ori, welcome.
Good morning, and all protocol observed. I'm glad Dr. Buthelezi came before me, because I don't have to present that sort of stats to you. It's there, and I think no matter which field you are in higher education, you have similar stats. And basically the high unemployment that we have amongst our students. The one thing I disagree with her, she was talking about 5 years' time coming back. And yes, I'm saying that in 5 years' time to 10 years' time, this country is going to be in serious crisis. And the serious crisis is exactly what was alluded to in her presentation. One, we are putting out graduates like no man's business, but graduates who are not employable. And if they are employable, they're not giving jobs, they're not giving training. And secondly, there are also a lot of qualifications that institutions need to be talking to each other about and streamlining and cutting down. We know every TVET, every University of Technology, every university has human resources. How many jobs are there in the country? You know, when they apply to university, go for whatever is available. If they can't get into one that HR is taking, let's go and do it. And they come, and and you were saying that there were some people for 7 years have not had a job. And to me, that's the crisis. Whatever we're putting out in all our qualifications, we are not getting the students market related, the qualifications market related, so they're jobs. Secondly, we are not getting all our employers participating in helping give students jobs. And that is going to be my plea today. But before I come to that, I want to share the experience. Dr. Buthelezi mentioned Thailand. I want to share the experience of Thailand. Why Thailand? Well, I started several years back working with some of the institutions in Thailand. You know, it's the usual, we meet at conferences and we share ideas. So I was very interested. And then at one of the conferences, the managing director of Western Digital discussed with us, and then he came to South Africa when we hosted the conference here. Western Digital, do you know Western Digital? Look at your computers. Most of your computers have hardware made by Western Digital. It's an American company but based in Thailand, and it's the largest producer of hard drives, etc. in the world. So we began placing a couple of students at Western Digital in Thailand. Till now, until COVID stopped it, we have 20 students that went there. Engineering students, computer engineering students. But once those students spend a year with them, and yes, Dr. Buthelezi, I agree with you, the 6 months is not enough. So these students spent a year. And Western Digital took students from various countries, but ours was the only one that spent a year, that the others did a couple of weeks or 6 months. All our students who came back, by the time they land back here, they have jobs because they come from Western Digital. And for me, the most satisfying, I think all of that was satisfying, but the most satisfying was the first group that I sent there. And it was a nice mix of races, but also one of those students, he went to Thailand, he's going there for a year, but all he had to take with him was a small kit bag, because that's how poor he was. I'm glad to say the moment he landed back in South Africa, he had a job. And for me, that is what higher education is supposed to be about. Not just churning out qualifications, but churning out qualifications that give people an ability to get a job. And that is why I also don't agree that we're just pushing students to do masters and doctorates. I think the qualification for a master or doctorate should be that you've got so many years work experience. Not someone who's just done theory, because you know what happens. You go to school, you go straight to university, you do a master's doctorate, you've never been in a workplace. And this is why those doctorates are now unemployable. Yet, my students who've been in the workplace, even if they don't have a doctorate, probably get first choice because they are employable, and that's what we need to create. So let me go back to the Thailand story. In these meetings I've had with Thailand, obviously when my students go there, we have to have a partner institution, so several universities come to the party. They co-sponsor the student that's in Thailand, and of course we've hosted Thai students here as well, at various departments and at various institutions. I don't host them here for academic work, I host them here for work integrated learning. You know, the world that universities of technology do, the in-service training, that's what we host them for. So we register them with DUT, but we place them in an industry. And we've had some really interesting experience. But let me go back to Thailand. Why did I choose Thailand? One obviously was Western Digital was willing to train them, but also the stats from Thailand. There's over 200 universities in Thailand. Thailand's population is about 60 million, so it's about the same size as us. It's a smaller country than ours, but the stats say they are about the same size population-wise. What's the unemployment rate? Less than 1%. Now, why do you think that would be different? South Africa is the richest country, it's got mineral wealth, it's got everything else. How can a poorer country like that have unemployment less than 1%. And essentially, it's a mindset of government, it's what they put in place. Most recently, they've made work integrated learning compulsory for every single program at every single university, whether it's private or public university. And as I said, half the universities, they are private universities, but they get students. So every single student has to do work integrated learning. You don't just get a degree without that. So how do they function? You know, here you'll hear our TVET saying, but we can't place our students. You'll say universities saying that as well. In various fields, our students can't be placed. So what happens in Thailand? Can I tell you how many students they place? Almost every university has 100% placement of students. Again, what do they do different? One, of course, obviously the law has come in that work integrated learning is compulsory in every qualification, whether it's a private university or a public university. But secondly, they make an effort to have these partnerships with the industry. So industries get incentives for taking students. And that's something we need to work on. How much more incentives can we give industries if they train students? And you know what, once a student has had that year or more of training, they become very employable. So most of our students, the ones from DUT I know, that have done work integrated learning, they usually get employed, if not by the same company, by related companies. And as I told you, the ones that came from Thailand, by the time they landed, they had jobs again because of who they worked for. So this is why I continually go up to Thailand. I was there about a month back again to try to restart those programs, which stopped because of COVID. But we are restarting them. I'm getting more Thai students here as well. And the other reason for bringing the Thai students here, my own students benefited from having this association, because the Thai students are very focused on what they want to do and how they should do it and what they need to do. Now when I say the Thailand universities, most of the students are placed. It'd be interesting to know that most of the students are placed for work integrated learning, do not get paid. 50% of them do not get paid. But they do it because it's part of the qualification, as was said by Dr. Putresi. You know, our mindset needs to change. But I think the mindset of students will change if they know there's a job after that. You know, so that's where we're failing them, and we're failing them as institutions. And you know, I've gotten in trouble for this, but I'll say it again. We have the wrong type of vice chancellors at our institutions. Our vice chancellors come from purely academia. How many of them have worked in an authentic workplace before they come to be vice chancellors? Then they'll understand that this world is not only about research and getting a doctorate qualification. It's about people having work, especially in this country. You know the poverty we've come from. You know the background we've come from. Most families, I mean, I know that when I did a survey, 90% of my students at the university said, no, they wanted a job first. So my Department of Cooperative Education, that's what we built on. And cooperative education, the name says it. It's a cooperation between the university and the workplace. So I have partners, which has been built over the sort of 40 years I've been at DUT now, and about to leave. But in that time, we built these partnerships with industries across the country, and as I told you as well, across the world. So our students get first choice. And I think that's what we need to do with all institutions. We need to change the mindset now about offering these courses. As was pointed out, some of them are not relevant anymore. But also with every course that we have as well, what more can we offer the kids? Every university that when the kids finish in third year, they should be able to say at least these students are going there. I'll give you another example from Thailand. There's the companies that are called, you know, the shop 7-Elevens. The chain of them exists in Thailand. Now the owners of that are the second richest people in Thailand. They also own a university. right? And the university is not just to train students for their shops. It's everything, engineering, everything, but before the student starts with them, they spend 2 weeks in one of those shops. So even if you're going to be an engineer, you learn something in a shop, and it's what I've been preaching as well. So for example, now some of our students every weekend will get work, part-time work at institutions like GAME, even if they're an engineering student, because that discipline that you learn while at work, you apply that to your studies, and that's where you become better. And I've shown that. I mean, a student who worked for me in public relations, she wasn't the top student in the class, but at the end of that year, the lecturer actually called me to say, what did you do to the student? Because she's now moved to the top of the class. I didn't do anything except give her relevant work experience. So now in her exam, she's able to apply her work experience to that. You know, and I think that's the other advantage of work experience. It makes your studies more interesting. It makes it more relevant. The Thailand Institute I'm telling you about, as I said, they own the 7-Elevens, they own agriculture farms, everything. So the students have a whole chain of things that they can go and work with. And generally, as I said, after that, the students are employable. But what they also do, most of the students, they have practical experience when? From their first year of studies. So they do 6 months at the university and 6 months in the workplace. So by the time they finish a third-year qualification, they've got an equal amount of workplace behind them. So they are very employable. And this is why the Thai institutions can place 100% of the students. We battle, most of our institutions battle here to place 50%. Our TVETs really struggle to place our students because they have will as part of it. But what I'm saying is the mindset needs to change. But for the mindset to change, the universities, the technicons, the technical colleges, sorry, I still use technicons because you know Emal Sultan Technicon, we came from there. And our current minister often says we should never have changed the technicons, and I agree with you because the technicons were so integrated with the workplace that the technical, you know, the universities of technology now have moved slowly, have drifted towards being traditional universities. They want to put out more doctorates, etc. But for me, an unemployed doctorate is not better than a graduate who's got employment straight away, who's able to support his family. And I think this country, that's what you need. You know our background we came from. But Dr. Buthelezi was right. Some of the things haven't changed because those same people that were running the show prior to apartheid in terms of the rich businessmen are mostly still the same. They may have a few black partners now, but they're still doing the same. And this is why many of our black students still have a problem getting jobs. I'm saying what we need to do is to change. We need to make work integrated learning compulsory in every program. We need to give more incentives to companies who train students. And all of us need to say that that is our burden. It's not just the burden of the parents. We need to all make sure that we do something to see how we can take students, how we can help students. My own department at DUT, I'm supposed to have 2 students. That's what I used to have. I have 12 students in my department. The young lady that accompanied me, she's a graduate, but she's learning, and this is one of the parts of that she's learning about taking notes in a big audience like this. And this is what I give them. All the students that move out of my department get very good jobs because in the 2 or 3 years they spend with me, they get real good training about workplace. Some of you have come to DUT's World of Work Careers Fair. The World of Work is run by students. I just oversee, but the students run it. And those students, I had a discussion with them yesterday, they were telling how important it was for them. It got them like their confidence, it got them work experience, it got them to network with companies. So those are the sort of things we need to do at universities. We can't just be churning out HR graduates on theory only. It's not just that they're not only getting workplace, they're only on theory. And I really find it strange because some qualifications, that are very practical, all the students are getting is theory. No company is going to take them. And this is why you find the health science, and even at DUT, the health sciences have 100% employment because they have a lot of work integrated learning or in-service training in their courses. So they go out after 18 months or 2 years, and in some qualifications like clinical technology, they spend up to 2 years in the workplace as trainees before they get formal jobs. And of course, because they got that experience, they can go into private practice on their own. You see, so the training, that sort of work integrated learning training is extremely important, whether you're putting out an entrepreneur or you're putting out someone who needs employment in the future. We need to do that. And the only way we're going to do that if we get more partners involved. Our industry partners, those that are sitting here and others, have to come to the party. And as our institutions, we need to go. We need to confront them with Dr. Buthelez's statistics. We need to confront these industries to say, you need to start training. And government needs to provide incentives to training. It is sad that 20 plus years into our democracy, in some instances, nothing much has changed. We're still following those patterns. Those old patterns don't work because we have more people that are qualified, there are more jobs required. So we need to change our thinking. We need to have this ongoing engagement between universities, TVET colleges, and industries. And the industries need to come on board. And industries, their only come on board is a tax incentive, or most of them. Others, of course, are very good. I mean, we have companies like Bell Equipment, who's been working with me from the time I was in this position. And every year, and even though they're now forced to take graduates, they still come and they take our students. They're based in Richards Bay. And the students that get experience, they get employed elsewhere. So that I can give you a whole list of companies like that. But it takes effort. You need your academics to go out and engage in industry themselves first. You can't have them just teaching theory because they've only learned theory. And they know nothing about the workplace. So they don't use workplace examples. So the students are not tested on workplace issues. And that's where we need the partnerships. We need lecturers to come in from the workplace. In some of our private institutions, and they do that. Like 50% of the lecturers come from industry. At the institutions in Thailand, they do that as well. A lot of the lecturers have come from industry. And every single lecturer has to go to the workplace. It's not the duty of one or two people. Every single lecturer has to do that. So those are the lessons we're learning from a poor country like Thailand. And that's why I will keep on placing our students there and others. I've had now many requests from TVETs. And I must tell you, 4 years back, 15 TVET principals and people from DHET went with me to Thailand and they were amazed with it. The CEO of ETGP CETA, for example, Ms. Nessie, made a lot of contact there. And then a month back, there were another 10 TVET principals that I took through Thailand as well. And again, they were very impressed. But I'm saying it's pointless being impressed there and you come back here and do nothing. So they've agreed we're going to partner, we're going to share our students, we're going to give some students that experience. But more important, we want our lecturers, our staff, to learn those lessons. What makes those students employable? You can't get employable students if your staff member is a theoretical lecturer. And that's all he's learned because he doesn't know the workplace. And I think people used to say there are many programs that you must have the workplace. I'm saying all programs. Even if you're doing the BA, like the university I told you about, every 3 months people go into the workplace. Even if you're doing a plain BA, you'll get some work experience that's going to help you. Even just how to run a front office. Why do the students work in my department? For the same reason. Right? I give them that workplace, they engage with the industries. When they leave me, we've just had a report about someone that with me last year have got very good jobs now. But you see, the companies know that from my department they will get very good students. Now we need to make that a milestone for every single department at every single university and college. that the companies must look for the students, like the ones in Thailand, a poor country. All the students are placed. 1% unemployment, less than 1% unemployment. I wish we can get to that, and I'm saying we don't only wish, you need to get to that, others in 5 years' time this country has a crisis. What's the crisis? Unemployed graduates. And how is the government going to manage that? It's the only way we're going to do that is for us to start now, to start programs, to start engaging with industries, etc. You know, and someone was talking about the entrepreneurship. Yes, entrepreneurship is important, but it's always been my belief you cannot teach entrepreneurship at a university. Entrepreneurship is about practice, and your best entrepreneurs come because of what they've practiced. I know there are programs supporting it, and I'm not gainsaying those programs, but I'm saying you'll find your real entrepreneurs come from what they've done themselves in the workplace. Again, Thailand is full of entrepreneurs. Most people in Thailand don't know how to cook. You know why they don't know how to cook? It's because it's so cheap to buy food. You can eat prawns 3 meals a day and it'll cost you less than 100 rand. And it's big prawns, not the little ones we get. Right. Now why? One, because the country has invested in prawn farming. So a lot of prawns available. But secondly, the entrepreneurs come in. And that's where, so you go to a marketplace in the morning, breakfast is served, and people eat on the streets. At lunchtime, there's another group in that same space. They're serving lunch, and at dinner, other people are serving. Can you see that? And this is why you have such a low unemployment rate. People may not become multi-billionaires, but they work, they survive, and they support their families. You know, and I'm saying lessons we need to learn from some of these other countries. But we cannot learn these lessons if our minds are closed. We need to change. We need to change, especially this graduate unemployment. And I'm appealing to all of you. Please come and partner with us. Partner with Moses Kotane Institute. And remember the name Moses Kotane, where he came from. Right? I'm not preaching any particular doctrine, but I'm saying it's your people that are important. And the people of this country is all our responsibility. Not mine, not yours, but all of us. And if we don't do something soon, in 5 to 10 years, we're going to have such major upheaval in this country. But also, we'd lose so many of our youth, the ones you were saying that were 7 years unemployed. What's going to happen to that person? What's going to happen to his family? You know, what's going to happen to those kids that grow up there? And this is when also the crime rate goes high. Now again, I'm saying if we can just build this, and then we can go to Thailand where you can eat prawns like that at 10 rand. Right? But the point is, our cost of living has to come down because people can't afford to do that. And you have to do that by injecting more money into the economy. The cost of living in South Africa is extremely high. You know, and if you think of those poor people who, as Dr. Buthelezi said, who don't have employment for many years, how are they supporting their families? You know, and that's when people start moving to crime and other issues, drugs, etc. And the only way we're going to move to that is one, apart from the strict laws, we need to provide employment. We need to make sure people have an income at all. And that's my appeal to all of you here. Please, we are always looking for partners. I've got many partners in industry, but I'm always looking for more, and even just not, if you're not in industry. If you have some sort of socialism behind you that you want to change this country, we need to start somewhere. And the somewhere is to try and give our students jobs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And there was Mr. Shakil Ori from the DUT, Director of the Durban University's Cooperative Education Department. We really appreciate you sharing lessons from Thailand. And we note that we have policy issues. We need to embed work integrated learning and make it compulsory with our qualifications. That's a policy issue. We also need to partner more between the industry and academia.
but we cannot continue to do things the normal way if we want to be ahead of the curve in preparing our children for the future. I think this is quite important. We have to take that responsibility. And I just want to agree with the previous speakers. To it by all stakeholders, both academia and industry. In this process, we've got what we said, where you have big businesses, you have got 100 CEOs in the province that we meet, and we have got civil society which participate as well as academia, then the trade unions, as well as ourselves as government, where we sit and strategize about some of these issues. But I must say and be honest with you, in terms of their value add when it comes to this portal, us with 11 districts, you need to get a sense as to where young people are, where they are, where they live, where they are located, and that's even among themselves. The younger generation, they've got a way of doing things. They may not need an office. In my experience in Gauteng as the head of department for Kokta, I used to engage with young people, and they would say to me, all what we need, we just need internet. As long as we've got our gadgets. Under the tree, you have got connectivity. We can do our work. Within 2 hours, we're done, and we continue with whatever we want to do for a day. And I think we need to change even our model, even the framework. Of course, we'll have to engage the Minister of Labor and make sure that some of these issues are being addressed, because our industries or the economy is highly regulated. You can't move an inch, and that's why you find that there's a high lot of bureaucracy within the system. But those are some of the issues that we have to engage moving forward. And I must say that even COVID-19 changed the world of work drastically, and driven by significant technological and economic as well as demographic and social changes. And we have seen the way things are done now, even if we're expected to operate within certain buildings, but people have seen that, look, it's not competitive to be within those walls, but we can use technology to advance, because time and money is very important for us, especially those who want to accumulate wealth and run their businesses. That's very important. I must say that the combination of these factors, together with advances in technological, warrants a unique approach into dealing with the future industries, future skills, as well as challenge of youth unemployment. We need to change the narrative. Our language has got to change. We can't speak and talk about the things that we discussed 10 years ago. The world has changed. And they say we're a middle-class country, of course we do have some lot of challenges as a country, but our view is that we still have a lot of people who live in the country. And there are also profound investment projects. And our experience last year during the social awareness, in sharing with the stories of so that we understand what we are doing. We could not move an inch under the shade. Even for a truck to move petrol into a township, we have to make sure that we get the permit to go there and make sure that those people in the township have got access. Even for us to open certain industries in the townships and the region, it took us long to negotiate. But what we realize is that there's a lot of over-concentration of poverty and inequality in the townships as well as in the rural areas. Hence, we have decided that we need to adopt the township and rural economy revitalization, and we'll use our DFIs to ensure that those who want to open businesses are able to get access to funding, because that's what I think is quite important. The day before yesterday, we had a meeting with the MEC for Finance in Gauteng, and they came here to talk about State Bank, because we do have a State Bank. Of course, may not be a bank that is doing that well because of some things, because we are managed by the Prudential Authority Bank. Those young people who want to start businesses, because some of you do have ideas, and how to monetize those ideas, and how to attach the IP into those ideas and make sure that you earn a living. My view, which may be probably they are shared by the majority of the citizens of the country and this province, is that young people, they are not necessarily looking for jobs, but they want to run their own businesses. Because for us to transform the economy, we need more faces that were previously marginalized to be part of the business. One of the key things that we've realized is that when we attract investors into the province, not long ago the president was here, we were in the Lembe district, where there was an opening of one of the industries with an investment of 9.3 billion, and the other one down in the south, the expansion of cycle of 7.7 billion. And what I've said to the MEC is that, look, we were there and it was well and fine and good, but the only thing that we're doing, we're clapping hands. But who is benefiting out of this? Because when investors come, there is no share for the people of the province to participate in ownership. We talk about the ownership of those that were previously advantaged in the economy, because we don't want to be passive participants in what is happening. We want you to be part of the future and make sure that we are able to drive the economy, and even those that have got qualifications. I think qualifications will still assist you. My view is that if at least you have been to school, you'll be able to understand, at least be able to read. Of course, we are concerned, Doctor, from education, we know it's a national challenge, that at times you find that young people and other people in general, they cannot just comprehend certain stuff, but I think it's the way in which we're doing things. We do need to reskill people so that they can run their businesses. Running a business means that you don't sleep at 7 and wake up at 10. Daily, I sleep for 4 hours. That's what I do, whether it's a weekend or whether it's during the course of the week, because you cannot run the second biggest economy and sleep and be found in the restaurants. That's not the way to live. That's not life if we are serious about the future of the country. And our view is that the entrepreneur's spirit and skills warrants us to be focused and be clear that the revolution that we're driving of being entrepreneurs and the people who run the businesses and the economy, we know exactly what we want. There are quite a number of sectors of the economy that are growing. We talk about the maritime within the confines of the oceans economy. Not long ago, we had a conference here when we were talking about that. And the MEC has said to me, we need to establish a maritime school in the South Coast. And that's what we're going to deliver, because we want people to capitalize on the coastal belt of this province and make sure that we are part of the aquaculture, we are part of the marine building and construction. We'll be building many harbors in Mutwetweni. Already those who come from the South Coast, they know that the drawings have been now done to be part of the new seaport, the smart city that was launched by the Honorable President, which struggles between South Coast, which is Ugu, as well as OR Tambo, Alfrenzo, and Herigwala. That will be the first smart city that will have established in this province. But these are the markets that you can be exposed to. And when you go to school, you focus on that. And I think what we may have to do, some of the things that we are doing now, is to make sure that we build the offices in the district so that we can share even the strategy of the province. Our focus is on growing business in all the 11 districts that we have, because the subnational government, being the provincial government, there is no way that we can build economy. We deal with policy, but where the economy is built is through the cities. How your city grows becomes important. How your city is configured becomes important. What we have done already, we have identified the competitive advantage for each city. We know what is the competitive advantage of the city of eThekwini. I know that when you go to Richards Bay, what will be the area of focus. If you go to Mzinyati, what is their specialty, so that you deal with issues of competition within trade and investment. For us, when we invest, when we support growth and development, we must know where to go and how even those people who are unemployed, who are graduates, if you are an agriculturalist, you know that you must go to Mzinyati because they've got a sizable number of land that they use for either primary or secondary agriculture. And there you can make business, there you can feed the nation. So it's quite important that we drive the development through the competitive advantages of each and every district. But also what we need to think about is the implementation of the port master plan, which talks about the turning the city of eThekwini to a port city. And also we're talking about the expansion of the Richards Bay port. This will take place over a period of 12 years, up to 2032, as we're dealing with the issue of port expansion. What it means that when we want to be involved in logistics, if we want to be involved in rail, because we're moving now goods from the road to rail, so that we deal with congestion there within the port. These are the skills that you need around logistics, about port management. And when you are involved in retailing, you have to understand how we move goods and services. These are some of the opportunities that we have in the province. When we had the social unrest, we could not feed the whole nation because the goods, they come through our ports and they go to Gauteng and they go to other areas. That's why you saw soldiers along the N3, because we needed to make sure that we push. But those are the opportunities that you have. How do you fit in within the value chain becomes important. What is your role? When it comes to oil and gas, I've decided to get out of my speech because it's important that we share this information. The only infrastructure for oil and gas, you'll find it in this province. I do know that we've got a problem with SAPREF as well as engine closing, but their view was that they don't want to refine the oil here within the province, but they'll get the refined oil already and make sure that they process it here. But our discussion with national government is that, look, they must not move out of this place, because as part of Operation Pakisa, where we talk about the future of oil and gas, it must be concentrated within this province. We talk about gas power now, plant, which would be built in Richards Bay. What is the role of young people in participating in the issue of gas? Already we do have people who want to buy gas, but who will be making money and who are part and parcel of these ventures that are being spoken about. We talk about the rail infrastructure that must be built. You may have seen that we're not able even to move coal from Tabazimbi coming to Richards Bay because all the rail lines have been broken, and because of crime and grind, we now have to fix those lines. But we want young people to be involved in that particular sector, who will be involved in the rail sector, but yourself. My view is that as we deal with these issues, let's focus on the future sectors of the economy. Let's engage. Don't talk about things, I think, because I don't want to repeat what Dr. Buthelezi said. And I think it's quite important. As a province, we have got a war room on job creation. I serve in that particular committee. will be going to Cabinet Lekutla on the 16th to the 18th of November. And one of the key issues will be the issue of job creation. And how also do we take people out of the social solidarity economy? The social solidarity economy being those, especially those who do not have qualifications, that you find them in the townships. And they form a majority of those people who will be doing in the townships because there's lack of an employment. How do they exit the EPWP? This is what we're talking about now, because the 6-month job experience doesn't work for us. But how to ensure that those people are grouped together so that they can make business. And our view is that let public service first. Once those people are trained by ourselves and they are organized, they establish their own companies, they get business from us as government to fix the roads and fix some of the infrastructure that you have and be able to have their own banks. That's what is important. We'll be engaging now big business because one of the discussions that was done by the executive committee is that we want to see the value add from the big business. We want them to be involved in ensuring that in each and every community, in each and every ward, there is an investment. And I'm happy to report to you that the city manager of eThekwini this morning, as was raising the issue with the Growth Coalition, he challenged big business in the province that we cannot do this alone. We need big business to be part of the plan. And one of the social compact that we signed last year with big business is to ensure that they come to the party. But we'll need all of you to come forward and raise these issues. I know in government there's bureaucracy, but when you shout, we will listen and hear what you are saying. Hence, we have resolved with MKI that we need to have that database for you to participate because the discussions that we are having with sitters, there's a lot of money that is sitting with sitters for training, even if you have got a qualification. But just to deal with some of the gaps, we have resolved that let's have this database. We'll engage all the sitters. You don't have to pay for the training. They will also give you stipend for that while you are being trained. Let's make sure that we go to each and every district. There are 5 districts where there is over-concentration of poverty, especially in the north, including Herigwala, and that's where we want to start. Because if we do not address those issues, there will be over-concentration and mobility of people to the city of eThekwini, and there will be congestion, and there will be no development whatsoever. And a city that doesn't grow and does not cater for its people is going to die. What we're trying to do now is to make sure that there's a development, especially in secondary cities like Richards Bay, like Newcastle, like Mkungundlovu, and others, so that people can have a choice where they want to live. People, they live in the city of eThekwini because they've got no choice. So we have to invest in the infrastructure. And that's one of the discussions that we're having, and the MEC is leading those discussions with national government to make sure that we invest in the infrastructure, but we also invest in manufacturing. We want young people who will manufacture in the province. You must not be a conveyor belt. If there's something that you want to do, you get a piece of land. We're engaging the Ngunyama Transport now to make the land that is available in communal areas to be available for purposes of development so that you can put a factory there. If you have a factory, we know that when you sell, you'll sell outside of this country in dollars, not in rands. The rand is low, but you sell in dollars, you make a lot of money and you employ more people. So that government does not spend its money trying to caution people that are unemployed, but let the big business and the private sector do that work. We'll focus on service delivery. So those are some of the ideas that we have, but we need to work together. Strategic collaboration becomes important. And of course, the educators are very important. What they teach at school, it's important. We want people who have a vision. You won't have a vision if they make you draw cockroaches and you come and think you run the economy. It's not going to happen. And I agree with Dr. Buthelezi. I agree with her fully. It took us time for us to get to the industries and be able to work and run our own businesses. You take a risk, but this time and age, it becomes very difficult when there's a lot of competition among the young people to get into the labor market, for them to understand and comprehend what business is all about. But of course, one of the things that we need to do is to change our labor laws. I'm a former unionist myself in the public sector. I know what I'm saying. Maybe my colleagues would say, no, this person has changed. But there are some of the things that we need to change to make sure that people gain experience. We have been tasked by the government in the province to contribute each department 10 million to the fund to ensure that those who are unemployed, at least they get internship. So that's what we are going to do, and we want to make sure that you get an exciting jobs and be able to do your work, but also make sure that you get exposed in terms of what we're doing. This country, as a member of the AU, we are one of the 5 leading countries in the AU and driving the economy of the sub-Saharan Africa. And there's no way that we can just keep quiet and not build our future of the young people, who must not only be good in running the government, but must be able to run the businesses. We want a lot of young people from KZN to be the one who go with us when we go to Addis Ababa and say, these are the young people who are running the economy. When we go to the United Nations, we must be able to say, these are the young people who are running the economy. We have interaction with number of countries, number of associations, and our view is that we need to increase the number of people, business people in KZN, who must go and make sure that you flood the world, you sell your products, and you participate in the broader economy. And this is our commitment that we're making, and Moses Kotane is here to make sure that it nurtures your innovative skills, because they are able to identify some of the problems. As I take leave, one of the requests I'm making, Chairperson, is to make sure that you borrow us, Dr. Butelis, to be part of that war room that we're talking about. The discussion that we'll be having between the 3rd and the 4th of the technical Lekutla is to have that presentation, because we have been talking about unemployment, but we never had data, which means even our interventions will not be directed. So we'll just be talking and having just discussions. And that must be something that we must be preoccupied with. And I think I just want to appreciate the opportunity that you have given us, but also to tell you that MEC Duma could not be with us today. He's in Johannesburg, but he does love you. And I must say he's one of those MECs, when we speak, he says, HOD, unless our people benefit, we're just sitting and doing nothing. So we have to turn this economy around, but it starts with what you have and the capacity we provide to you. But you want you to live your life the way you like it. Government must not tell you how to walk. Government must just support you to be able to live your life in full. And I do hope that my colleagues in government will be able to provide the requisite support that you need, so that you are able to grow and play a meaningful life in this country and this province. Thank you very much, Program Director.
HOD is not saying that cockroaches are not important. And Dr. Butelezi is not saying that frogs are not important. Thank you very much, HOD. That was a mouthful, and thank you very much for taking us to the economy space. It's important to note that whatever that we do, our people benefit, that we add value. It's important that as academic institutions, we identify our competitive advantage as a province, and we align ourselves with the sectors of the economy of the province, and therefore produce people that are able to meet the demands of the economy of the province. I'm saying this because I am in KZN. I'm not going to talk for other provinces. I'm advocating for KZN. HOD mentions that we have to commercialize our ideas, and as the Moses Kotane Institute, we have a program that is called Commercializing Innovation and Research, and this is where we invite people to come and try to be in the space where their ideas or their innovative ideas can be commercialized. We will be issuing an advert to this effect probably, I think, next week. Please participate if you have research or an innovative idea. You can apply for that program where we offer you funding to commercialize such. We also offer the service of protecting your IP as the Moses Kotane Institute. We do know that some companies, big businesses, like to borrow people's ideas and use them for their own benefits and for their own financial benefit. So we are here as the Moses Kotane Institute. We are providing the service of patenting your ideas. So we're making sure that your IP is protected. We need to be part of the plan. Business needs to be part of the plan. We need to participate. And as government, as HOD has mentioned, SITAs are available, possible incentives for business. If you can just offer the space for the unemployed to get experience. We're not asking for much, just the space. Okay, so with that, thank you very much, HOD, and thank you very much, Chairperson of the Board, for this first session of our program. We will be breaking now for tea. Because of time, I request that we just make a cup of tea and come back to sit down so that we can be at least able to finish our day earlier because it is Friday. If you can just walk to the side, make your cup of coffee and then come back to sit so that we can start our discussions as soon as possible. It will be appreciated. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Baby, it's your birthday. Baby, it's your birthday. Now you don't have to wait no more. So get ready, get ready, get ready. Just want you for myself, oh. Let me show you what I got in store. So get ready, get ready, get ready. Baby, it's your birthday. Now you don't have to wait no more. So get ready, get ready, get ready. Just want you for myself all day. Let me show you what I got in store. So get ready, get ready, get ready. Baby, it's your birthday. Baby, it's your birthday, yeah. I'm feeling something special for you. Got me thinking till the sun comes up. Daylight dreaming. And I'm saying too much couldn't be enough. But I'll be waiting for a moment to take me. Yeah, I'll be waiting. I'm just a couple steps from going over the moon. I want with your body, baby. I want with your body, baby. I wanna move with your body, baby. Let me move with your body, baby.
with your body, baby. Oh yeah. Waiting for the moment to take me to you. Be waiting, just a couple steps from going over. Be waiting for the just going over the moon. If you feel like it's real, fly. Try to stay on my feet when you move a little closer to me. I can't breathe it. Your love is all I ever need. It's me. The one I dream about when I fall asleep. Wake up. There when I'm here, I don't know what to feel. It's not real to be apart in my heart. There's a place where everything's about you. I don't know what will ever make me feel like you. It's time to show you true. guess at least they say something. Still I try to connect with you through your eyes. Your eyes. What is on your mind? I think it's time to speak. I have crossed the line. No, not just me. I'm feeling something that goes beyond us. Us. Can we work it out? Only time will tell. It's gonna take a lot, 'cause we've been through hell. I can't be without you. I've tried and I failed. So can we work it out? Yeah. Only time will tell. I still want all of you and I know all your colors. And I guess 'cause of that I can think of no others. Yeah, I need you to breathe without you, I'm lost. I'm lost, yeah. What is on your mind? I think it's time to speak. I have crossed the line. No, not just me. I'm feeling something that goes beyond us. Us. Can we work it out? Only time will tell. It's gonna take a can I do? You're so loving and gentle to the core. What can I do when you fill me with happiness and much more? What can I do? You're so stunning, I just can't look away. What can I do? I should know by now. You make my day. Never mind, will dreams expire? Keep it burning
actually closer to the Indian Ocean as a province. We are also on the idea of a maritime school in KwaZulu-Natal. We're also looking at the mining school to say somewhere in Richards Bay or Empangeni, we need to have a mining school here because there are minerals there. So we're also looking at the math, science and technology school. We have established that school. It's here in Lamesi. It's called, no, it's not Moses Kotane. No, it's not. It's not Moses Kotane. But it is our science, Anton Lembete, math, science and technology school. Just here in Lamesi. There's nothing else but math, science and technology. I'm trying just to actually confirm and prove that we are doing something before I come to a point where I'm saying, yeah, fine. The business, commerce and management schools, we are saying some of our schools should just focus on that and nothing else. Meaning that that high school from grade 10 to grade 12 or from grade 8 to grade 12 will be talking about that. That kind of we also want to convert existing schools to technical high schools and schools of skill. To say one of the reasons why some of the schools are empty today, it is because they are not providing solutions for the society. They are giving you information. And then as a result, we want to, 2024, we are implementing the General Education and Training Certificate, GETC, meaning that at grade 9, there will be a qualification. That qualification is not meant to exit at grade 9, but those who feel they need to go to the vocational stream, they can do so at that level. And those who want to go to the occupational stream, they can do so at that level. So the idea is not to actually stop learning there, because we believe in the principle of lifelong learning. So that is important. We have piloted this year. Next year we are continuing with the pilot. Then 2024 we are starting this, so that the one who wants to do any vocational or occupational skill then goes there. The issue, we have schools of skills already. Oh. Yeah. Now, we as a system started as early as 2016, 2015 to prepare for this. But because of COVID-19, what happened is this. We prepared this, we started writing curricula, starting to write the syllabi, or the annual teaching programs and everything. But COVID-19 came in. And after COVID-19, the resources in the fiscus, which were prepared for these programs, had to go somewhere else because everything changed. Each school had to have this, and this. We need to employ screeners, we employ these. So much of demands of resources had to divert our fiscus to the needs of the COVID-19. But we are continuing as I'm talking, because we have completed the training of teachers in coding and robotics. So we are already in coding and robotics. In some of our schools, coding and robotics is it's already there. We have trained primary school teachers, foundation phase, those who will be introducing coding and robotics there. And we have already bought the kits for learners to do coding and robotics. We have realized that even those grade R, if you start with coding and robotics, you will definitely be able to survive in subjects like mathematics. Now, we had a ministerial task team which was appointed in 2018. That is the task team that was given the responsibility to run this. It has representatives from higher education, qualifications authority, Umalusi, Council of Trades and Occupations, Council of Higher Education. The reason why all these are involved, it is because we are trying to change education curriculum to suit the needs of what happens beyond basic education in our country. Now, when we write or when we introduce this transformation, it's not easy. Umalusi must approve the curriculum. Higher education must also approve. Qualifications authority must also approve. And we keep on writing these syllabi for them to approve. And you wait and you come back, you get people from all provinces and so on. But it's part of what we are doing, because what one is trying to say here is that there is something that we are doing. Somebody spoke about the labeling of frogs, somebody of fish. You see, that must happen. It's happening all over the world. But I agree with the presenter of the research study, a very good study indeed. I agree. You mustn't stop at labeling. That's why in basic education, we teach knowledge. You must know where the glands of that fish are. But you mustn't stop there. You must understand the functions and the use of these glands for the fish to survive. You mustn't end there. You must be able to apply that knowledge to deal with a situation given about the problem of a particular fish that is dying. So we teach knowledge, comprehension, application, and analysis. Therefore, we just start from knowledge. If we say label this map, which city is this? We'll say it's Durban, but you don't end there. We give you information to understand the dynamics of life in Durban, challenges that are there. But also we give you a problem to say, how do you deal with this situation of unemployment in this city, given the situation? So in other words, you do need that. But I agree, some times back when we were still at school, we ended up at labeling. You know why we ended up at labeling? We were only given knowledge because we were taught to remember. We were taught to remember. The main thing was to teach us to remember. We were memorizing everything. We were memorizing in Chumadwa Sentabin, Meskite Yach, and so on, because the black person had to remember. So that when the message says you must cook this and this and put this, you must remember. You see, we were taught to remember. We were going to be messengers. You take this parcel, you're going to Smith Street. You'll jump this street and this street and this street at the corner. You must remember, because you are a messenger. We were taught to remember. So now we are not teaching them to remember. We are teaching them to apply knowledge. Now, all these structures then were involved. In terms of progress, at least we had this strategy approved, and we are also having subjects which are already there in the system. Now, in terms of the main progress we're talking about, in agricultural studies, we have completed grade 8 syllabus. We haven't done grade 9 syllabus. We didn't complete it because of the interjection of the COVID-19. Arts and crafts, that should be one of the subjects as well. Because if you go out there, you end up buying a coffee table from a foreign national who is able to actually make that coffee table. Then by 2021, it was partially completed, and grade 9 was also partially completed. Bricklaying and plastering, it was completed for grade 8 and grade 9, so we already have a syllabus. Woodworking and timber, that was completed, and in terms of progress, these subjects, then we have started something, so that by 2024, when we introduce this certificate, we have the curriculum. But if you look at these subjects, they are actually talking to the jobs that are out there. Most of the fences or the walls around our homes, you say, who did this? Say, no, guys from Ghana, guys from Nigeria, guys from Zim. But these are the skills that we need. Plumbing, we're introducing plumbing as well because we need plumbers out there. We have completed the curriculum for grade 8 and grade 9. Electronics, we have partially completed the 2, grade 8 and grade 9. Consumer studies like sewing, because all of you here are wearing something, but somebody had to actually design it and sew it and ensure that it goes to the market. Food production, very important, very important. When we were still at school, you would have your small garden so that you learn how to produce food. If we carried on with that, we would be somewhere today. So we're also introducing that, and the syllabi are partly completed. Early childhood development, very, very important. A child who has gone through early childhood development processes would have better chances and also understanding of things going forward compared to the one that didn't go through that. So some of our teachers, all along we're producing teachers, foundation phase, primary school. Now we're beginning to say, no. You need qualified people in early childhood education so that those children will be able to sail through the other phases. The electrical is partially completed in both grades. Hospitality studies, partially completed. Panel beating and body works. We have completed the syllabi for grade 8 and grade 9. Because out there, people are taking their money, they buy big cars, and the roads are busy, and there are crashes, and panel beating and body works is also what is needed. Some people survive out of that. And motor mechanics, also grade 8 is partly completed, and grade 9 is partly completed. Welding, same, we have completed welding. We are ready for 2024. And then digital technology, ICT and admin. Who said that you must start ICT after matric? You can start at grade 8 and you move on with it. And then personal care, hairdressing. If you look at most of the salons in Durban, they belong to foreign nationals because they did these things back home. So if at grade 8 you feel you want to move on with personal care and hairdressing, then you start from there. So that's how, and then beauty and nails technology. You see these nails which look beautiful. You don't just do that. You need to, so if you go to I think it's one of the arcades here in Durban, a string of foreign national ladies are sitting there, and South African ladies are putting hands like this. They are being assisted, meaning that somebody must say, how about us? When are we going to do it? And then the service technology and maintenance, partially completed. We're introducing security services. When Dr. Dlamini was making a presentation here, I wondered, showed a fraction or a percentage of those graduates who are employed. I said, hey, maybe Dr. Dlamini, even amongst those who are employed, some of them are underemployed. He has a BCom degree, but he's a security guard. You get the point. I'm saying maybe to make matters worse from the case that a good case that you have made. Also, I think amongst those who are employed, some of them are underemployed. Take anything just to survive. And the ancillary health care, the upholstery. Also, the foreign nationals are making a living out of this in our country. We not say they mustn't do it, but let us also do it. So we're putting this, and we have completed the syllabus partly, and I'm sure by now. And then wholesale and retail has not yet been done. We want to teach our children wholesale and retail from grade 8. And then also part of the progress is that although the unavailability of the budget is a problem for the occupational stream, we have started piloting. There are schools which are piloting vocational education, occupational education, and also we have actually started with this coding and robotics. But what we are trying to say then is that what you have actually noted about the unemployed graduates and unemployed youth, we are coming with a solution of changing the pedagogy and changing the curriculum. And also very important is that the occupational subjects, we cannot all go to university. Some of us will go to occupational field, some of us will go to the vocational field, and some of us will go to the academia. But we have also introduced 9 specializations in technology. We have 3 specializations in civil services, construction, civil services, and woodworking. We have introduced also electrical technology, electronics, power systems, and digital systems. We have also introduced 3 mechanical technology ones, fitting and machining, automotive, as well as I'm forgetting the 9th one. But those 9 specializations are there so that for now, when you leave matric, it's either you come out with an academic matric or technical matric. Technical matric, you come out with technical maths, technical science, and then you come out with your specialization, whether you are taking construction or whatever, then you take your languages right now. So our matric is no longer that matric which you and me did. Our matric now is a matric where it's either you come out. Now we're going to add the 3rd one, the 4th one, and the 5th one, because those people with occupational and so on may decide to do these things but continue up to matric. But also very important is that we are dealing with Umalus and Sakwa, so that once our qualifications are done, they are foolproof. And there's no other way where somebody would say it's not something that is needed. But these are the challenges that we have. The dedicated and focused coordination. Remember the strategic blunder of South Africa. We closed colleges of education. Here are the new subjects. Where are we going to get teachers? That's an issue. That was a strategic blunder. We closed nursing colleges, where when you're coming from a poor family, you go there, you are paid a stipend. We black people were not even calling it a stipend. We called it a salary at that time because it was enough to feed the family. You see, that is very, very important. So these are the challenges, and that's how we're just articulating those challenges. But one other challenge is the issue of TVET colleges. And I don't know how we are going to link for now. One challenge is that we don't know how we're going to link this qualification with TVET colleges. Because once these kids come out from grade 8, grade 9, with these qualifications, vocational, occupational, and so on, then those who want to study further must be linked to the TVET colleges. And we also, the trade set, we're thinking of the trade test centers. Remember, before 1994, we had many trade test centers. Now we do not have much of them. some of the things have just disappeared. There was also a South African Bureau of Standards, which would ensure that everything that we produce is quality. But there are other subjects, ladies and gentlemen, which are already linking to the job market, just like tourism. Even after matric with tourism, you can do a lot. Hospitality studies, after matric with hospitality studies, you can do a lot. It's in the curriculum. Consumer studies, we have that. And we also have engineering, graphics, and design, where then we prepare you so that by the time you reach grade 12 with your engineering, graphics, and design, then you go into the engineering field, then you just you just fit easily like a fish getting into water. So in other words, but also what is important is the articulations within the DBE sector and the post-schooling institutions. I don't know, but I think there should be a synergy between what we do in basic education and what the universities and other tertiary institutions are doing. You will find that some of the learners will pass our matric mathematics with flying colors, but they get to university, they don't succeed. Why? Because we are not looking at both the post-matric mathematics and the mathematics in matric. We always criticized for passing at 30. People are making that a joke. You pass at 30. Not everybody passes at 30. For a bachelor, you must pass subjects at least 4 subjects at 50. For a diploma, you must pass 4 subjects at 40 and above. And for a higher certificate, you must pass 3 subjects at least at 30 to 39. So that, in other words, the reason why we have those categories is to channel people. So that if you know you are a material of higher certificate, 30 to 39, most of the subjects, then we say to you, go to the vocational stream. You see, if you are at 40 and so on, then we say, we do suggest that you take a diploma, so that after that, then you may decide, after that academic and pedagogic maturity, you go up to the degree. Because if we are a country which says everybody must have a degree, we'll crash one day. We'll have intellectual giants here in the country who are no longer going to help the country to move forward, to a point that even the theory subjects like history and others, we are saying, I think it was Dr. Yes, Dr. Buchelezi, who spoke about the hybridization of the qualifications. So say, what's wrong with me doing engineering, but also music? What's wrong with me doing engineering, but also human resources? You see? So that hybridization is very important so that you don't start a new degree because of frustrations of the job market. So that is very, very important. And I think in conclusion then, we have made progress, we are changing the curriculum, but we cannot do it alone. Institutions like Moses Kotane come forward, work with us, and actually suggest more and more. And I think in your discussions, you will be able to give us food for thought as to what is it that we can do to fast track this process. But my worry is that when I showed grade 8, 9 vocational, some people started laughing here, because there was a mindset that if you do vocational, you are a thunderhead. But today, most of us see those guys who took bricklaying, they are making a living. Those who took carpentry, they are making a living. But what is missing here, ladies and gentlemen, is tailoring. To say, we need, right now in the city, if you want a tailor, you find a foreign national. It's good, but also we can do it. We said to the minister, let us also include dressmaking and tailoring, because all of you are dressing here. Nobody comes out of the home naked. Therefore, it means that it's an industry that needs to be actually promoted so that our people will be able to do that. So, ladies and gentlemen, as Department of Basic Education, we're just giving you that basic understanding of the fact that we are dealing with the issue of the alignment of the curriculum and the job market. I thank you.
Happening out there. But what I liked about Dr. Mtembu's presentation is that frogs and fish are still important. You know, but at least they are taking it from knowledge to analysis to comprehension to application and so on, which is very important. During break, most people who came after we had started said they did not know me. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Thandeka Ellenson. I'm Dr. Thandeka Ellenson. I'm the CEO of Moses Kotane Institute. And with that, we note from Dr. Mtembu's presentation that education is important, formal or informal. They are changing the curriculum. They are moving more towards, or back towards skills actually, especially technical skills. Isn't it amazing that it had to take people from other countries, like foreign nationals, being here for us to realize that we actually have a deficit in terms of skills? I think that is very important. We are happy to note that digital technology, personal care and such spaces are being taken care of by Department of Education. So thank you very much, Dr. Mtembu, for that presentation. Right now, we're going to move to our panels. We have quite a number of panels, but we're going to move fast. I will be calling panel 1, which is academic institutions, and I will be calling the facilitator together with the panel members. And if you have a program in front of you, you'll notice that there are questions that are next to the panel, that are next to each panel. So the facilitator is going to ask a question, and each panel member will have 30 seconds to give a solution to that particular question. Move to the second question. Each panel member will have 30 seconds to provide a solution related to the second question, and so on and so on. So the facilitator will be facilitating who's speaking next and what question should be answered. So right now, the first panel is academic institution solutions, and that is facilitated by Dr. Nhlanhla Msomi from Africa Bio. And the panel members for academic institutions, we are blessed with Professor Sandile Sanga, who is the DVC for Teaching and Learning at UKZN. And then we have Professor Alfred Msomi, who is the HOD for the Mathematical Sciences, who's also a former dean for Faculty of Natural Sciences at the MUT. Then we have all the professors. Then we have Professor Maria Mabusela, who's the Director for Teaching and Learning at the University of Zululand. We have Professor Dukai Kutanga, who is an acting Executive Dean for Applied Sciences at the DUT. And then we have Ms. Peteni Ngubane, who is the campus manager at the eThekwini College. So may I request that those members come forward? The facilitator will be standing right where I'm standing, and the panel members will be sitting, and then the facilitator will facilitate as such. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. And may I mention that panel members, please, just 30 seconds. 30 seconds per solution. Don't go overboard because of time, so that we make sure that we keep it interesting and that we finish our program faster. Thank you. pardon me, in standing in for Professor Gudanga from DUT, we have Prof. Zeki, who's sitting right at the end of the panel. Thank you.
Good day, everybody. My name is Ntlantam Somi. I feel a bit small because I see I'm surrounded by professors. I never thought I would see the day where I feel intimidated. But I was already intimidated because Dr. Mchembu, who was here earlier, and he can attest to that, he's my big brother. Probably one of the reasons why I can stand here 51 years later. People who showed us the way and pioneered the path for us from the townships. I am not known particularly for sticking to the script, particularly if it's a script that is imposed on me. And I respect the colleagues here too much to also follow the script as given. So I'm just asking for, for forgiveness up front, that we may deviate from the script, because the whole point is to try and draw out this incredible intellectual capital to be shared with the audience, with yourselves. So thank you for the invitation to facilitate this esteemed panel. I will start by requesting the individuals in the panel just to give a brief profile of themselves, what they work on. It's important that we know the people that we are conversing with. I'll start with myself. I am trained in genetic engineering, but I've never worked in genetic engineering. I've only worked in innovation and have always hustled in business. So I think I'm aptly positioned to facilitate this panel because I know both innovation and business. And I'd like to start with, in no particular order, but to use the old analogy of playing cards. Hamangere.
Yeah, no. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. As you have heard, I am Professor Msomi from Mangosuthu University of Technology, and I'm a professor of mathematics there. I am also working on another area, which is the area of e-learning in the teaching and learning of mathematics. I've served in almost all the senior structures of the university. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to put out a disclaimer. This is why it's not a tender awarded to the Msomis. It's just a genetic quirk.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Sandile Songa. I am a professor of organic chemistry. I research on drug development. Currently, I serve at the University of KwaZulu-Natal as the Deputy Vice Chancellor who is responsible for teaching and learning, and therefore curriculum transformation falls under my care. Thank you.
My name is Maria Soela Mabusala. I'm a director of teaching and learning at the University of Zululand. I'm a professor in curriculum, but currently I'm responsible for academic development, e-learning, curriculum support, and staff development. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. I'm Petene Ngubane. I'm coming from Tegweni TVET College. I'm a campus manager in one of the campuses of Tegweni TVET College. Also, I am involved in the skills development and the curriculum change in the TVET colleges across the country. Right now, what we are dealing with is looking at our old curriculum. We are developing the new curriculum that is going to be matching is what is happening in the industries currently. And also I'm involved in a WELL program. Thank you.
Hi, Chair. Greetings, everyone. My name is Vincent Bassetti from the Durban University of Technology. I'm currently a professor in the Department of Chemistry, and I've been at UT for the past 30 years, So I've been through the ranks from a lecturer through to a head of department. And more recently, I've been appointed as an acting dean for the Faculty of Applied Science. So I'm here in standing in place of our executive dean, Professor Tukai. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think you probably are all aware that the panel is top-heavy, biased towards the sciences. And that's a point that I'm hoping that the audience will raise later around this subject, particularly considering what Dr. Mtembu provided us with around focusing on the sciences, not focusing on the sciences, but making them a dominant part of how we structure our agendas as a country. So how we're going to run this conversation is I'll be asking the panel questions. They've been given a list of questions. I did indicate that we would try and deviate just to make it a bit more exciting and allow them to be creative. But in the interest of time, I know they've prepared on the back of what they provided. So I will ask the first question, which is the academic environment changing? And understanding, that they are mostly from, and I am intrigued by the fact that there are two chemists in the panel. And thank you, Nomdai, for deviating from the script, being a mathematician. I think I'm going to hide under your shield. But I think it's the academic environment changing, and if so, how fast? And the question is really contextualized by the fact that you are at the pinnacle of knowledge generation, and theoretically you should be providing the skills that industry needs. But is that incongruent with the realities of the day? And I'll ask each one to answer in 30 seconds as I've been instructed. And I'm counting. I'm setting my stopwatch. Professor Msomi.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. Chair, the democratization of South Africa necessitated that there must be a transformation on the educational system. You know where we are coming from, and you know where we are, and we still have a long way to go. You have heard from the first presenter today. The current transformational landscape of higher education in South Africa requires that the basic curriculum concepts and principles be rediscovered and be rethought with a view to ensuring the future educational practice, which is based on sound and proven curriculum thinking. You have heard that we have PhD graduates that are sitting at home. What does that tell you about the curriculum that they have went through? So there is really a need for us to rethink our curriculum so that it assists in cases like that. The basic curriculum principles which we advocate as universities should be reconsidered in the light of the emerging educational needs, and the concepts which we are supposed they should be considered in particular are constructive curriculum alignment, globalization, as well as the quality assurance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I align myself with the last speaker, but I want to be very direct to say higher education transformation is an imperative, yet the response of higher education institutions is very slow and inappropriate. Fortunately, I'm standing as a representative of the higher education sector, so I'm at the receiving end of this critique. One, it is very slow indeed. We're always playing catch up to the changes in the marketplace and also to the needs of students. Secondly, it's inappropriate because as a university system, as you heard from the last speakers, we are a neo-colonialist establishment. We still operate on a model that is not ours. We're trying to do our business in the colonialist model. It is wrong. It will not work. There needs to be a complete transformation to do education business in our way and responding to the needs of our industry. Lastly, Chair, there is a dire need in our economy for economic reappropriation. Economic reappropriation. We're not training for economic reappropriation. We are training for economic service, serving the economy as it is, a neo-colonialist economy. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Professor Song, you've already got your own groupies. I'm appointing myself as your secretary.
Yes, while we are aware that the transformation is very slow in higher education, but we are simply trying to integrate, service learning and work integrated learning to some of the traditional base qualifications. That those that have been using those work-based learning for skill sharing, skill development, and we are also trying to even making our curriculum to be responsive to the needs of our communities based on context.
Thank you.
Thank you again. As a TVET colleges, like it's part of skills development. What we are doing, we have recognized that, we have acknowledged that there is a gap between what we are training our students for and what is happening in the industry. Therefore, what we are doing right now, we are inviting the industries to say, tell us what you want. Tell us the product that you want us to produce so that they are going to be doing what you are doing there. Because previously it used to be the curriculum is just there for the student to consume and then get the graduation, the qualification. But now, where is this person going to be employed? Therefore, a curriculum, like we are saying that there is the academic changing. We are looking at the curriculum and say we want to match it. That is why we are inviting those people to come and tell us exactly, and then we are working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So from a ULT point of view, yes, although the academic landscape is changing, certain key elements remain the same. What does that mean? Students still need to learn how to achieve outcomes and to become valuable members of society. By that, we mean we are actually training students to become adaptive and responsive. In order to balance this, the academic success is actually based on the educator as well. There, we actually refer to the fact that educators have to be able to deliver the syllabus, and the students should be able to, in a manner in which the students are able to grasp the knowledge. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Professor Pisetti. I did request a license to just deviate a bit from the script. And the reason why I'm doing it now is because I don't want to look like somebody who's plagiarizing someone else's point. So I'm just gonna read directly from what I had written, but it occurs to me as each one of the speakers or panelists was going through their response that there is a central point to all of this. And I think Professor Song made an emphasis to remind us that our discourse is actually informed and is driven by what I call colloquially the Oxbridge model. And a part of the challenge with this question and with these questions is that we're speaking about an economy that is anchored in neo-colonial thought. But more importantly, what that does, it means that as a country, and when we design, and I'm a bit sad that Dr. Mthembu is gone. When we design our curricula, it's always based on what is happening in the global north. I had written that down because I wanted to challenge yourselves as leaders of academic institutions. One of the challenges, and I said it tongue in cheek, that it's a problem for us, or for me, to have in a panel natural scientists and no social scientists. That's an incredible problem because natural scientists are not known for understanding context, environmental context. And so my question, they're not really known for that because that's not how we trained. And I think when faced with a clear message from the environment, and this is what this brief document gives us, that there's a high unemployment rate, we train PhDs, they become unemployed. And the reason for that is because we probably are not training them for what the environment is asking us to train them for. And I'd like to find out from the panelists what each one of you are doing about changing the script. Universities and institutes of higher learning are leaders in thought and in designing every society's path forward. What is it that you're doing to speak about simple innovations? For example, we have a primary health care challenge. You guys come from universities and TVETs who train engineers, and primary health care requires very little engineering or technical skills. What is it that the institutions are doing? It's the last question that I was asked to. Our context says that we have dysfunctional clinics. For example, agriculture, the same thing. Food production, the same thing. What is it that you are doing as institutions to meet the challenge of society? Because knowledge on its own does not exist for its own vanity. It has to serve society. And I'd like to just get a sense of how universities, particularly in this province, are meeting the challenges of energy security, the challenges of primary healthcare, because all of this is within your power if you had agendas that talk to the environment. Thank you.
Yeah, no, Chair, first thing I can say is, remember the education system does not start at the university level. It starts from the basic education system. And all the fundamentals are supposed to be discussed at that level, which is not currently the case in South Africa. And I'm glad Mr. Dr. Mtembu has shown us some improvements in terms of the curriculum. And really, in South Africa, we have a challenge in the early childhood development programs, which are really not taking our foundation students to a particular direction. And secondly, as universities, we have the professional bodies that work with us, look at the issues of curriculum change, and we have them almost annually, or we have quarterly meetings with them. But again, as I've said, the time that students spend at the university is not enough for them to come out to the system being ready to face the challenges of the economics of the economy of the system. Maybe I can pause there for now.
Thank you, Chair. And it's a fundamental question. What are you doing as universities to deal with this challenge? I did say that the response of universities is inappropriate at best. And yet, in the meantime, universities as they are trying to respond by curriculum transformation. What is happening at my own university, which is called the Premier University of African Scholarship, and yet it never really has been that. What we are doing now is to make it, transform the university first to become the Premier University of African Scholarship. Then that Premier University of African Scholarship becomes the transformer of the curriculum. We have 3 key programs that are transforming this university into that space. One, a project called Project Renewal, going to renew the entire university completely to be African-faced and African-placed and African scholarship. Secondly, we're doing a review, a complete review of the university to ensure that it is, again, having these three attributes. And thirdly, we're taking the university into the African market. We are the first elite university to say, no, quintile 4 and 5 are fine. We want quintile 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Chair.
With the University of Zululand as a Far North University, attracting mostly quintile 1 to 3 schools, we normally do, in terms of curriculum, do curriculum reviews. For those reviews, we invite the student so that we hear from the voice of the student. And if we feel that the program still has wanting, we do recalculation. And when we do the recalculation, now we also advise the department or the department reviewing the program that they need to look for advisory board that will be able to provide them with what is required at the market level. And then for those programs, we'll advise them that they need to put work experiences, and then those will be able to provide the student with work learning experiences. And then it will be a 6 months work-based experiences. And in mostly all our diplomas have work-based experiences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, in the TVET colleges, in that TVET space, although I've jumped the gun, I answered this question previously. But to add on what I've said before, we go back to the mandate of the TVET colleges, like Minister is always saying that it's to skill the young ones for the industries. What we found important was to say, looking at a curriculum and then develop a curriculum to the needs and responding to the needs of the society. Also, scanning the environment by looking at the surroundings. What is it that we can provide to the people in the area that can assist them? Then we add in our programs that we are doing. Also, we found that articulation is very important. We are not just getting the students from nowhere. They are coming from somewhere and they also have to go somewhere. Therefore, it's very important for us to know what Dr. Mtembu was talking about, basic education. What are they doing and how do we make it easy for the students that are coming from high school joining us to say they articulate what they have studied in the high school and what is it that is there in their certificate. How can they be credited when they want to proceed to the universities? So also in that, we also invited the sitters for funding, obviously, to say, fund us, fund our students so that they will be able to go and see what is happening in the industries. Then they have to come back and apply that in class so that they can become the relevant graduates. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. So from a UOT perspective, firstly, let me approach it from what I do know, the Faculty of Applied Sciences. We have 10 departments within the faculty, and almost all the departments we have, for the programs, we do have a work integrated learning component. Now, over the years, we offered the National Diploma and the BTech, and more recently that has been phased out, and we have introduced new qualifications, one of which is the higher certificate. The other is we recalculated the national diploma to the diplomas, and we introduced, in phasing out the BTechs, we introduced the advanced diploma, followed by a 1-year postgraduate diploma, and thereafter they can proceed on for an articulation level to a master's and a PhD qualification. And I'm happy to state that within the faculty, we have almost 40 new qualifications that have been approved by CHE. And I just explained the different or the variations of the qualification framework we do have. Our strengths lie not only in teaching and learning, but also in research. And I think Mr. Ori this morning pointed out or alluded to the fact that universities are research intensive. I tend to disagree with that to a certain extent. You do need the researchers at the UOT level because from a research point of view, two things are happening. Firstly, you are bringing in publication units, you are generating income, and also you are converting that research into an output in terms of generating new knowledge. And I think in this country, that's the key in moving forward and driving the innovation and the 4IR strategy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you to the panelists. I think I've only got one question left, enough time for that. Fortunately, we've covered pretty much all of the questions that were posed. The last question is really about, and this is to respond to quite a number of panelists' assertion around the constraints imposed by the institutional frameworks in terms of curricula, in terms of how they should operate. And I want to pose a question around this. Despite these constraints, there is nothing against multidisciplinarity. And I want to extend that further on two avenues. One is innovation. Innovation is not a subject that is taught in this country, and so it's very poorly understood, and how multidisciplinarity operates within that. There are other opportunities, and I mentioned primary healthcare deliberately because there is a global movement that gives us the tools around open science, whether you think about open software or open hardware, and how are our universities using the fact that they are at the pinnacle of knowledge generation and even absorption, not just generation, absorption, to start deploying tools that assist society. But to be able to do that, multidisciplinarity is important because you have to work with social scientists. Otherwise, as scientists, natural scientists, you will always be stuck and you put yourself in a box that you were trained for, whether it's an energy scientist, a molecular geneticist, or whatever. You need to understand how you connect the parts with society. And I think that's the last question that I'd like to pose to the panelists around how are your institutions responding to the need for this multidisciplinarity, but also how we implement it to address society's needs.
Okay. Chairperson, at the university, you know that we are responsible for research, teaching and learning, as well as community engagement. And we should balance all the three. So through community engagements, it is where we are able to interact with the communities, learn their frustration, and look at how best we can attend to the issues that they are faced with. Secondly, due to the challenges that our graduates are experiencing after finishing their program, MUT and other universities, of course, have decided now to infuse the concept of entrepreneurship to all programs that are offered at the university. Of course, we are starting with this, but our hope is that we should be having the entrepreneurship concepts from the first year of study to the last year of study, so that at the end of the day, when one leaves the university, he is not leaving the university to go and look for a job, and when he doesn't find it, he is frustrated. So I think through entrepreneurship, or through the introduction of the entrepreneurship, we are going to be able to assist even the issues that the communities are faced with. because you can go back to your community and be able to plow back in terms of knowledge and skills that you have received at the university.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the last speaker, touched on very important things. In Europe and the West today, when you exit the pipeline, be it undergraduate, master's, and PhD, and look for a job, you are a failure. You're not a success at all. You are a success if you exit the pipeline at whichever point and become an entrepreneur, start your own business and work on it until it succeeds. It's a different paradigm from us. Our paradigm is to exit the pipeline and look for a job. We have heard what was being said here earlier in the morning. This is why today universities, and I know that this is the purpose of my own university, is to do exactly what the last speaker said, to infuse not only research and innovation, but entrepreneurship as early as the undergraduate, so that the students grow up with this systemic kind of thinking and are liberated from the job-seeking mentality and delivered into a mentality of creating something powerful that will give livelihoods for themselves and their family. But more also important is the ideology of infusing work-integrated learning in all the programs. Now, traditional universities, as you know, they resist this. They resist this completely. UOTs, on the other hand, are very happy to do this. But I submit here today that work-integrated learning must be in all programs. And if I can have it my way, I think I'll persuade my university to go this route. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I think we are going to take 2 questions from the audience, and the last 3 panelists are going to have to respond to the questions from the audience.
Okay, I agree with my.
I was going to say, please wait for the questions from the audience, and then you can respond to them, just to manage time. Can you address the question to the last 3 panelists?
Thank you very much. My name is Mangele Tele. You're confusing me now. Okay, what I wanted to ask, or the question that I wanted to pose is, the panel is indulging in industry, higher education institution partnerships. Now, the question is, that partnership, who should be the champion of realigning or or developing the curriculum? Who should be the champion? Because I am getting a sense that when you partner with industry, it is because there is something that you need from industry. Competencies. What is it that students, when students exit the university, they do not have work, they cannot be employed? Why the partnership? And who should champion the curriculum development? what role should industry play? Because we are preparing students when they exit the university, they should be employed. Is my question clear?
Yes, it's clear. I'm going to request a second question before I throw it back to the panelists. Anyone from the audience who wants to ask a question, otherwise it's going to be a discussion between the six of us here. I would like to get the audience involved as well.
Good afternoon. Chair, you're giving us very minimal time in terms of engagements. I think we would have wanted more. But perhaps the question is, do the institutions of higher learning have an audit of the less employable courses? And what are they doing in terms of either phasing those out or review their packaging? But parallel to that, when we're talking TVET colleges, my name is Mzwamandla Sosile. When we're talking TVET colleges, UOTs, and traditional universities, the articulation is left with the councils. The councils have got that autonomy to decide if they want to partner in terms of, for example, Langenit, TVET, and DUT. It's not in the DHET mandate. And that then suppresses the growth in terms of what Dr. Mthembu indicated in terms of that transition. So you're likely to produce technical students that DET will say, no, in terms of our articulation, we cannot take this. How do you then manage that system? And what is the impact of the institutions of higher learning in terms of the research and development in the areas wherein there are gaps? Because you can't continue providing a qualification in public relations, for example, when 90% of those that have come out of that system are unemployed. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've got one last question. There's a hand here. Oh, there's a hand there. I know that I'm way off time, but what the previous speaker indicated, I just need to absolve myself from that problem. And it's not me who planned the program. But maybe what she's suggesting is that this is an important topic of discussion and challenging MKI to think about how we could extend this in other formats, such as virtual. But there's a question there, and we'll take one last one here, and the reason I'm taking you is because you're right in front of me, and I feel that I might even faint if I don't show you, but
Okay.
there's one there.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Max Nan. My question is around the silos that are there. We have university alone there, political elite alone there, industries alone there, student left there. So then the question is, how do we move forward where we are so integrated, so to speak? Because that's where we need to begin. Even the curriculum that we've spoken about, if we are in pockets everywhere, we're not going to go anywhere. For instance, if I may make an example, there's operational...
Testifying, sir, as the lawyers would say. You're testifying now. You asked the question. Can you pass the mic to this side, please? No, I'm being serious. You've asked a question, and I think they are ready to answer your question. And there's a last person here who wants to ask a question before the time is over.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Halima Kunyute from KZN Kokta, Capacity Strategist for the province and national. My question is related to the integration of the research that has been done in the different spheres, and it also speaks largely to the different pockets. Are the universities utilizing the research that also government does, given the fact that we are championing the capacity of the state in relation to closing the gaps that we are finding from already the cohort of officials that are exiting the universities with the requisite skills? We've done an audit of the province. All employees have been audited, and we are in having the context of where the gaps are. Universities need to understand our research so that they can close the gaps. How are you going to do this? Thank you.
I'm going, because there were 4 questions, and I'm not using any, and he will, and especially because the one who's not going to answer any of them. You'll understand the mathematics of it, arbitrariness. The first question, please can you answer it, and the second one, the third one, the fourth one. Unfortunately, Nomdai, I'll try maybe and score a 5th one for you. Thank you. If we could start with some.
Thank you, Chair. There were lots of questions. I'll start with the first one. So, in terms of the work integrated learning, and the issue was around ownership. Okay, so firstly, the work integrated learning, which we refer to as WIL, that component is an integral part of the curriculum. During the curriculum design stages, it's done in consultation with various stakeholders, namely the advisory board members, and that's from industry. Okay. We also have alumni that's also present at these meetings to discuss curriculum issues. So as a consequence of that, the ownership of the work integrated learning resides within the departments, the program departments. And a spin-off from that is, it's 2 ways. Firstly, industry also benefits from the use of students for their normal work, routine works in the laboratories. And from a departmental point of view or UOT point of view, we also generate FTEs, and the student is able to complete a qualification. In the absence of that WIL component, the student is unable to graduate. And this is one of the areas which we have identified that contributes to the throughput rates. And the departments that I can off the cuff tell you is chemistry. We do find problems in terms of placing all students, and our success or hit rate there is about 70%. Other departments like maritime, for instance, they have an internal simulation of what happens at industry. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. In terms of the second question was about we find that the curriculum is outdated, what do we do? Whether we are phasing out or we are reviewing. I can say that in TVET colleges, maybe we all have the background here about the TVET colleges that the curriculum is designed by a Department of Higher Education and Training. Therefore, the curriculum is there and it's escalated to all the TVET colleges to do the same thing, except in the occupational programs. So we've had a number of programs that we have phased out because there is overproduction, and also maybe it's not relevant anymore. But we do both, especially Okay, I can make then an example with public management, that we find that UOTs and universities are doing public management in terms of public administration. And we also we produce. Then we find that these people are working for the government institutions and they are unemployable, most of them now, because they are overproduced. What we do is we tend that, because the curriculum is not obsolete, but it's still relevant, it's just that there is an overproduction, then we put those programs on the part-time basis, that those that are already working and they want to up their qualifications, then they come to us over the weekends or in the afternoons, although it happens in the other programs as well. But with those that are overproduced, that we cannot get the new students to do that because they won't be employed. So I pause.
The third question.
I'm not sure whether I've heard the third question very clearly, but it was about academics developing program in silo, something like that. Academic programs at higher education are developed by academics, but then the university or the department can have advisory boards, which we have policies that determine how those boards will be formed or be consulted to advise or to give guidance to the program in terms of the labor market needs. And currently now, due to problems of unemployment, most universities are moving to multidisciplinary type of programs, where you'll find that currently now we used to have programs that are dual measures, but now we find that we are moving to programs that are only restricted multidisciplinary. Like currently now, we have a program that is called philosophy, political science and economics in one, which will give a variety of skills and knowledge for quite a number of students. In terms of where we find that a program has a needs, because during graduations, we do destination surveys and they provide us with information of whether particular student in particular program they're still not employed. We do reviews and students are invited. Students who have graduated from the programs are also invited to give us an insight in terms of what is it that is a challenge out there. And then when we do review, we also capitalize on those things. And also one other things we also do, as in the academic developer, we also reskill our academics. We check programs that will assist them in terms of providing innovative pedagogies or transformative pedagogy to our students, so that relevant skills are transferred to students.
Thank you. The last question was asked here by, yeah, and I think it talks to the crux of the problem, the fundamental question that was asked here for the panel to respond to whether they are in touch with the realities of what the employers want. I think she mentioned some research that in government,
Yes.
government is a big employer, and how institutions interact with the empirical evidence from the real world. Government as an employer is pretty much the same thing as industry as an employer. And I think that's the crux of the matter. And the last word will go to Nomdai, because I think I will not be allowed in today. And that is to answer the question on silos. Do each one of you guys work together? What is the level of collaboration in the system, because you're in the same country? So that would be my last question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the people who asked questions. I've prepared an answer. It will respond to questions 1, 3, and 4, but it will focus on 4. It's true that a lot of research data is generated all over the place in government, in universities, in NGOs, which speaks to the needs of industry and the demands on university. are we utilizing as universities that research optimally? I have a feeling the answer is no. Not optimally, but we are utilizing it. We generate our own data, as Prof has already alluded. There is a critical failure in preparing rounded students who are able to navigate the job-seeking space as well as the own livelihood creation space. If these three stakeholders do not meet deliberately and intentionally, higher education, government, and industry. Now, people will argue that they do meet. Actually, they don't. Not in a meaningful way. And somebody also asked, who will champion that? Government, higher education, and industry must come together, meet, and deal with the roundedness of the student to be able to navigate the space of job seeking and livelihood creation. What has happened here today, especially in terms of the government leadership, is very promising. But there really has to be a very highly intentional champion of this. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Nomda, you get to have the last word, not because I'm the MC.
Yeah, thanks, Nomdai. Yeah, in terms of the silos, good people, at the higher education level, we have the Vice Chancellor's forums. We have the DVC's forums. We have the Dean's forums and HODs. And we have also the cooperative education offices at higher education, whose main job is to link the university with the industry partners and business partners. Amongst ourselves as universities, we talk almost every day. And our discussion goes up to the level of discussing the content. For instance, at higher education, we have what we call the communities of practice. I'm the deputy chairperson of the Committee of Practice of Mathematics, which looks at the teaching and learning of mathematics in the universities, 26 universities in South Africa. Of course, each discipline has the community of practice. So there is absolutely no working in silos at the higher education level. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give the panelists a warm round of applause. And I will abuse my prerogative and suggest ever so gently to the chairperson, the real chairperson of the session, that a couple of questions have been raised that require follow-ups, and I think this is an important discussion. And I'll take from Prof. Songa's point. I wanted to counter what you were saying, Nomdai, to say you meet as DVCs and everything. Are you meeting in the same way that government business and academia meets, as Prof. Songa was alluding? I'd love to know what the strategic content of those discussions are. And particularly for you guys in KZN, you have to respond to KZN. KZN is not South Africa, it's KZN. You've got to respond to the problems of the province. Thank you.
To the panel members, let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, so with these questions that were raised, and this is why you have the Moses Kotane Institute as a leading research institute, because what we do is we translate research into actions, into plans, into practical solutions, into reality. I'm not advertising Moses Kotane Institute. I'm just saying, you know, this is why you are here. This is why we brought government here, industry, academia, we have graduates, we have people who are still studying and we have unemployed graduates in the very same room. Not that Moses Kotane is good, but we are leading in this space, and we are trying to make a difference and an impact in the society. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the reason why we have gathered here today. And with that, I would like to call upon our second panel, and I would really plead with the panel to fast track the discussions, because what we need here is we need solutions. We know what the problems are. The research has given us the problems, but we need the solutions. 30 seconds per speaker. I will allow the facilitator for the next session, Ms. Zamela Malinga, who's an attorney, to come forward and facilitate the second panel, which is covered by industry or business. If you can please come forward, ma'am. And with that, we have panel members, Mr. Lindy Lentuli, who is a manager for communities and stakeholder engagement from RBM and Richards Bay, Rio Tinto. And we have Ms. Tanya Hughes, who's a senior manager for talent management at Toyota. We have, I'm not sure whether we have Ms. Tanya or Ms. Kumalo from Toyota. You can confirm. And then we have the CEO of LNN Capital, Mr. Nkanyiso Mahlaba. Please come forward. We have, I think Ms. Priya Daya is not here today. We have Ms. Jackie Bana, who's a deputy chairperson of the SMME Forum. Please, ladies and gentlemen, chairperson, if you can just ask 3 questions, and each panel member 30 seconds. We have sineyingane la seyilambile, so please, if we can try and fast track our discussions. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Zamela Malinga. I am an admitted attorney, notary public, and a conveyancer. I am from Malinga Attorneys, my own law firm that's based here in Durban. Should I just throw in the fact that I'm 25 years old as well? No pressure on the other speakers to say how old they are. No pressure at all. Anyway, I always feel that it's important to say how old I am, just in case there are people who are young as me out there, so that they know that you can actually do it. Hi. Okay, so I hope you're all comfortable with me calling you guys. Ngisho ngibe 2K, so everyone is guys to me. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I've already introduced myself. A lot has been said. A lot has been said. But maybe before I even get there, just by the show of hands, how many people who consider themselves as the youth here? Wow. And those who are young at heart? I'm really happy that the people who are young are here, because I believe if we're going to talk about anything that has to do with the youth and the future of that youth, then the youth must actively be involved. Because I like to imagine that the people who shaped our future, who were making decisions as to where we are today, most of them are retired or dead, and so that's why we have most of these problems that we're faced with today, because what they thought was going to be perfect didn't really work. And my question is, sometimes what I ask myself is, how many of them were actually youth? So that's why we need to actively have, we need the youth to be actively involved in these kind of talks and discussions. My job is very easy here today. On a normal day, I charge people for talking and listening to them, basically. So I'm just going to allow the panelists to introduce themselves. There's supposed to be 5, but we'll work with the number that we have. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tanya Hughes, and I'm the Senior Manager for Talent at Toyota SA Manufacturing. I've been at Toyota for 21 years. I joined when I was a youth. Now I'm just young at heart. So it's an absolute privilege to be here today. This is a very important subject that we need to address in KZN if we are going to turn things around in KZN, because we need to realize that whatever we do and discuss in this room is going to affect the KZN economy. So thank you so much. Your story is inspirational, and thank you for having me here today.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session. My name is Nganyiso Mahlaba. I was with Toyota, by the way, for 5 years, 2012 to 2017 as an exec. Then left to start my own company, LNN Capital, which is a consulting firm. We specialize in local economic development. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lindile Pisintuli. I am with Richards Bay Minerals, owned by Rio Tinto. I look after stakeholder engagement, community relations, government relations, and one of our products, which is, rutile or zircon or ilmenite, in terms of what we produce and mine, does make the cars which Toyota produces.
Thank you. So I think we should just dive straight into it. So my first question is, what exactly should be changed by academia to address skills gaps experienced by industry? We're talking solutions.
So I was very happy today to see that there was a lot of discussion around how to respond to occupational demands in the market. The key issue that I think needs to be addressed and needs to be done quite urgently is there needs to be some forum established where we have these discussions around what the immediate needs are within industry, what are going to be the medium term and what are going to be the long-term needs. Everybody responded very quickly to 4IR. However, we are not seeing those skills come to the fore right now. And we are already many years into understanding exactly what 4IR means to our organizations. So my solution is, within KZN, a forum that is set up that basically includes industry, academia, and some form of government so that we can look at how we can make these things happen rapidly.
Thank you very much again, Chair. I'm seated where, well, the first panel was very high level, so so where I'm seated, the professor of organic chemistry was seated. There's a gentleman that once called himself an organic intellectual. I don't know if I can call myself that. Just to understand the size of the problem that we're facing, I'd like to just go over this data that I've collected while sitting at the back. As of the 23rd of August 22, the Stats SA released the official unemployment rates, which is currently at 33.9% as of Q2 of 22, all right? This excludes persons that are not economically active. Those that have been discouraged are no longer looking because nothing's coming through. That's the first one. So in my opinion, unemployment then is multifaceted in that you could blame academia for redundant qualifications currently. You could blame government for a weak South African economy. The second one is the reports by the Market Information Service released a report that says, as of 22, we have 344 companies listed on the JSE, as opposed to 601 in 2001. Again, it talks to the issue of a weak South African economy. Those companies are pulling out of JSE, they're not going to employ more people. And the last data, and this one is shocking and it's very painful to me. 60% of the 350 grant recipients are qualified graduates sitting at home. 60%, those are people with even 2 degrees, but they waiting in line collecting 350. It's sad. Now I'm going to get to the question, and I apologize for wasting that, but I needed us to understand the problem that we're facing. Gentlemen spoke about, working in silos, but I'll get to that point. And academia, sorry, I think my enemies are onto me. Yes, academia, industry, and government do work in silos. We'll get to that. So answering your question, is our school's curriculum fit for purpose? It's a definite no, not by a long shot. The irony of and with respect to Dr. Mtembo, who was here, the irony of the 3-stream model presentation by the department is that it seeks to address the mismatch, okay, between the human resource capabilities and industry. But it still talks to qualifications such as beauty and tech, personal care, dressmaking. And I'm not discouraging those qualifications, but do we need them as industry? That's my one point. The well-renowned Dr. Telezi, who invited us here, thanks to her and the team for putting up this symposium, she did her high school learning from 1997 to 2002. The textbook that was used then was microbiology and biochemistry by Prescott. It's still being used today. So what are we saying as academia? We have a lot to answer for. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, my comment comes from a very good heart, in the sense that I love MKI, love the chairperson, the COO, and everybody. And the problem is that we are a generation of sound bites, of being populists, and hence you see that even the way we address things is just 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 30 seconds, and we don't dissect issues and get into details, because we need to come with solutions. And we churn out numbers to say 60%, like my colleague was saying, which is correct. And we really don't go and say, what does the industry need? Why do we have so many unemployed graduates? Why doesn't the industry, absorb those graduates? For example, I can say Rio Tinto, RBM here in Richards Bay, less than 200 kilometers. If I can ask that the academia, maybe what have they done to say, okay, what does RBM does? What does it do? We're the biggest taxpayer in KZN. We contribute 5% to the GDP of South Africa. What do we do? How many employees do we have? Do we do dry mining? Do we do, open cast? Do we do underground? Okay, so if we do that, what do you need? What type of graduates do we need? What type of qualifications do you need? I mean, for the past 10 years, the mining industry's top 3 risks was community relations. It was, now it's ESG, which is environment, social, and governance. And the third one is commodity pricing. But look at the top 2 risks: community relations and environmental, social, and governance. What has the academia done in the past 10 years to say, what type of graduates do we produce who will go and solve the issues of the industry to deal with communities? We've got many HR issues. Our HR graduates, do they understand the work environment? Highly unionized HR. So I'm saying we just need to be able to say when we come to these symposiums, we just have one panel, for example, which delves deeper into the issues. And you ask, but RBM, why don't you take 200 graduates, for example, and give them experiential training? Why are you not doing that? And we'll get deeper to say, no, look, for me to do that, I'll need to give them medicals. And 2,500 per person medical. Secondly, I need to give them induction, different induction. If you are technical with 3 weeks induction, how much does this cost? Thirdly, if I then take a graduate for experiential training and he gets injured, because any injury in the mining industry is reportable to a regulator. So if you sprain an ankle, you need to report it. And some of the injuries, the mine gets closed. So what do we do as academia, as all stakeholders to make sure that we understand, because I could hear, let's partner, but what do we partner on? Do you know if you want to come to RPM, what do you partner with me on? Do you know my challenges? Why am I not taking graduates? So those are the issues which I think as a country, if we want to go forward, we need to be able to avoid being Twitteratis. You know Twitter street, you just tweet one sentence, then you're popular. Insult one person, then do we need to get into details and really say, what are the details? How do we understand the problem? Thank you.
Wow. Mr. Mahlaba, I understand where you're coming from, and I really hope you're taking notes, because he's obviously a potential employer, but what you can take, or what I'm taking from all of this, is what does the industry need? We need to get ourselves, one of the speakers spoke about how human resource, everyone, in fact, okay, let me just think how I want to phrase this in line with what he has said. Someone once said, I'm obviously an LLB graduate. He said, if you were to put water into a balloon and you were to drop it in Durban or KZN, or even South Africa, 90% chances are it will fall on 9 people out of 10 who are LLB graduates. Now the question is, how many of them are actually employed? How many of them are actually lawyers? Do we need more lawyers? What does the industry need? Is it about quality or is it about quantity? And I think that's the problem. That's what the approach has been, having as many graduates as we possibly can have. But where are these graduates going? What are they going to do? It's quite a big gap. And I'm not sure whether it's an issue of, it obviously can't be communication. And when I say communication, I'm not just saying us sitting down and talking. But the institutions, learning institutions, are aware of the fact that the graduates that they produce are not employable. So even myself as an employer, I am not going to employ someone because they've got a degree and they've studied law. I want someone, if I say go to court now, and they'll be able to go to court and argue a matter, not someone who says I got 7 distinctions when I was pass cum laude when I did my degree. It's not going to help. Anyway, second question, what are the critical skills that graduates lack in the province?
Thank you, facilitator. So I think very important points that were made in the previous responses. And I think we need to have an understanding that in order to grow our economy, there has been a specific focus in manufacturing, as manufacturing being one of the key industries that's going to support the growth in that economy. So whenever we have new students who come into our organization from the different entry points, I always say to them, every time you see a container truck on any highway, freeway, road, you must know that that is our manufacturing potential that has been stolen by somebody else, by another country. And the reason behind that is because there has not been a focus on STEM and in growing manufacturing in our industry. In our country. When we stood outside at the tea break and students approached us and we asked, like, what are you studying? There were some qualifications that I then asked the students, what are you going to do with it? Where does it place you? How are you going to land it? And I know there's been discussions around entrepreneurship here, but if we look at what are the scarce skills that are needed by industry at this point in time, if anybody had to come up to me now and say, I have got a advanced diploma in mechatronics, I've got a BSc in data analytics and engineering, I'm focusing on power generation, I would take your CV and I would take you immediately. Immediately.
I think that deserves a round of applause.
We certainly experience load shedding every single day. What do you think that does to industry? What do you think we as industry are looking at now? We are looking at how to lower our carbon footprint. We are looking at how can we generate power using alternative sources, not only for product, but in running our organizations. So for me, those are the scarce skills that we need now as KZN, as South Africa, but we are missing the mark. Why is it that if I want a mechatronics student, I can go to UCT or CPUT and I can choose from 10, but I cannot find one in KZN? One of my challenges in my current portfolio is how to increase the KZN footprint. And it's something that I gave myself, being from KZN. Why should I have graduates that come from the Western Cape, Limpopo? Not taking anything away from those provinces, but it's a realization that we need to have within KZN. And if I started having discussions with institutions in close proximity. The first institution that we had a discussion with, the question that I have is, you keep churning out students that don't meet the scarce skills that we need. And we have to say it. We churn out students. And it's not benefiting industry, KZN economy, or even the economy of this country. So we need to start really having those engagements to understand what the scarce skills are. And if there's anyone who's done the research as well, share it. I know there was a comment made about research that's been done, but of that research, what has been shared so that we can have these discussions to start looking at how we're going to work together, because it's a symbiotic relationship. We built the first hybrid vehicle in South Africa, built for Mzansi by Mzansi. That was a perfect, ideal opportunity for academia to say, wow, hybrid technology on our doorstep in Isipingo. How can we get involved? But those silos are existing, and we need to start looking at how to break it down. I'm starting to talk longer than my colleagues here, sorry.
Thank you very much, former colleague. I'm smiling because what I'm picking up here is, and the gentleman on the third row did raise this point about silos. Fortunately, he didn't get enough time to elaborate on that. Now, she mentioned a couple of qualifications right here. And I'm going to get to the top 10 scarce skills qualifications in this province, and none of them are mentioned. She's industry. This report was done by government. So the silos are there. Many corporates today are using multiple tactics to close the looming gap by reskilling their workforce. And it's paying off for them. So why is academia lagging? Why is government lagging? Somebody earlier on spoke about conducting an audit on the schooling curriculum, as well as the qualification in our institutions of higher learning. I support it, very much so. If we do not do this, we run the risk of producing graduates that will be unemployable, which is what we're sitting with right now, 33.9%. And next year, the figure will go up because we'll be producing more graduates. Now, answering your question, what are the critical and scarce skills that graduates lack in this province? Did say she's mentioned some qualifications and not here. And this is a report that was done by the local government CETA. If you can allow me, I'll just go through the top 10. It's firefighter, civil engineering technician, electrician, water plant operator, finance clerk, civil engineer, accountant, building contractor, plumber, project manager. If anyone here has got any of those, would you take them right now? Exactly. That's what industry needs. This is what government thinks industry needs, which is a mismatch. Thank you.
Thanks, my brother. Thanks, Chair. I think, colleagues, the problem, I think the challenge as well, is that we do not read. We're a society which does not really read. There's free Wi-Fi now, there's Google, there's reports. As the mining industry, I'll speak on behalf of the mining industry. We've got a work skills plan, which we annually submit, to the MQA, and they list our scarce skills as the mining industry. So if you just go to the MQA website, you'll find the top scarce skills in the mining industry, and per mine. So I'm looking at because I'm from there as well. I was young at one stage of my life, and there were times where I didn't read, I didn't research, I didn't, and I'm wondering if the graduates here or the students here know about the work skills plans in the MQA, where they can go and check for the, scarce skills. Secondly, in terms of what my brother has just said here, I personally, to prove to a point that we don't read, I haven't read that report. So I think it's a problem, which we need to really look at it and say, what can we do to encourage the culture of reading? And I like the MKI to say that they research, they're innovative, and they do it excellently. So I think such sessions also help us to do that. So scarce skills in our industry, I mean, in King Tetshwayo there, we've got, many industries, big industries, South 32, RPM, we've got Fosco, you've got Mondi, you've got SAPI, and we've got lots of challenges there. And really would like you to do a research and check what skills do we need to meet our challenges, and what type of graduates can we produce to then meet. There's a university even there next to us, and when I look at their curricula, in fact there's two universities, big universities in Richards Bay there, the alignment between us and them, it's my sister was saying that she even goes to Cape Town, go to UJ, to VETS, to look for graduates who can say, this is what I need, and this is what I can then get, instead of getting it in the province with these many universities.
Yeah, statistics are very shocking, and that's something that we always act shocked when we hear stats. But the truth is, that's our reality, and we are aware of these things because they are happening around us. So if you walked in here today thinking there are no opportunities, you'll never get a job, I hope that you actually realize that there are opportunities. Maybe it's just that we didn't study for those opportunities, but it's never too late anyway. Yeah, the gap is going to get wider. I don't want us to sit here today and lie and say, oh, this is what we're going to do. But come Monday, how many people are actually going to put their boots on and go into the field and say, this is what I know what the problem is. I've been given a solution and this is what I'm going to do. If we're all wanting to sing better than Beyonce or do better than, the famous people on Twitter, who is going to build the best car? Who's going to beat Elon Musk? Who's going to beat Toyota? Your car breaks down, graduates, you don't know how to fix it. You're stuck there for hours. You're out of lights, you don't know what to do. Your car breaks down, the mechanic doesn't answer his phone because he's with his girlfriend for the weekend. There's nothing you're going to do. Why are we not adopting those skills? And even with people who are already employed, why are they not upskilling? I always tell people that we're not all going to be in fancy air-conditioned offices, rolling around in chairs. There's no job that's more important than the other. You coming to my house to fix the geyser, we pay a lot. I don't know how many times I've had to pay for that. But who are the graduates? Do graduates actually know that they could go into those fields? Or does everyone want to go into HR? Personally, my plan is I've got two boys. So as soon as they can read, comprehend, they're going to be coming with me to the office. Because why am I going to hire someone who studied 3 years, who studied HR for 3 years, when my son, who I taught at 16 and is now 21, knows how to do filing, knows how to answer the phone, knows who, because that's what's happening. That's what other races are actually doing. You find a 21-year-old mechanic who says, I've been fixing cars since I was 12, and he charges you a lot of money. That's what you pay for not knowing and for not wanting to learn. So, to the third question, is there a mismatch between the human resources capabilities that industry needs and the competitive skills that graduates possess?
Definitely, else we would not be having this discussion. I think that one of the ways that we can look to close that is many years ago when I studied, there used to be a lot of collaboration through career offices at the different institutions with industries. I'm not sure why, but over time those things have completely collapsed. The benefit, I think, of having those collaborations is that where opportunities present themselves, it gives the graduates, or while they are still a student, an opportunity to understand what competencies are required within the specific discipline that they are in, and it looks at work preparedness. So I am a huge advocate for the in-service training program. And I'm glad to hear that now some institutions are looking at reinstituting that, because for the past couple of years it hasn't been in place. The good thing about an in-service training program or between these cooperative programs is it helps to build connection. It helps to build connection with an employer, with the brand, so that you start getting an employee who you know is coming with their head, their heart, and their hands into your organization, because they understand who you are as an organization. They understand what the expectation is. I think also what it serves to help manage or mitigate is the graduate expectation gap. So we find that a lot of graduates, once they have a piece of paper, they think, well, I'm going to walk in. You can't just walk in. So those programs help graduates understand how to manage themselves within work organizations. And I think that academic institutions need to look at building those collaborative programs between institution and organizations, so that we can start looking at how to develop individuals for the workplace, or even still by giving them that exposure, they can then see, well, maybe this is not for me. Maybe entrepreneurship is for me, like my ex-colleague here. And then they start setting out how to attain that for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mtembo, is he still here? Is it gone? Okay. Look, I'm referring again to his presentation, or presentation by the department, because I've read it. I've read it. It can actually be used as a blueprint to solve some of the challenges that we're speaking of today. But it has flaws. Now, the issue with government, and I'm going to make reference to this. I was listening to a podcast last night. It was by Ashraf Garda from one of the radio stations. Apparently, National Treasury is considering a universal income grant, right? But they're having it in closed doors. No public participation, nothing whatsoever, all right? Again, why I'm saying the flaws in the department's presentation is because, again, the industry was not consulted. Academia was not consulted. There was a report that was done by government, and it was approved and it made to be official. And it doesn't address some of the challenges that are faced in the industry. Just to steal one more second, Chairperson, you skipped this question. It was talking about what improvements should be implemented by academia to produce graduates that are fit for purpose. Maybe let's stop producing workers. Because that's what we're doing. We're producing people that are going to get that piece of paper and go and look for employment. So one of the services that we provide at L&N Capital is consulting to medium and large corporates. We have 2 clients that are in the JSE. And believe you me, government is not short of giving money to businesses. They get concessions, they get grants, they get soft loans just because they can create employment. They get incentivized. So why not then, because we now know there are no jobs. And no jobs. And I'm going to be very critical of government. I don't see any immediate plan that's going to aggressively address what we're facing right now. So why don't we then shift our focus to entrepreneurship? Government incentivizes. There's money that is available for people that want to start out. Now, I usually fight with motivational speakers because they come across very superficial. They say, if you want to start a chicken business, start selling 1 egg. I mean, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is start where you are with what you have. We always joke with my colleagues and say, the system is not broken. It is working as it was intended.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to save you some time because I see you're being called. Look, yes, definitely there's mismatch in many levels, and I think my colleagues have highlighted the qualifications and other levels. I just wanted to maybe highlight one when, in terms of the soft skills and the entitlement, the passion which the graduates come in, which is quite good and well placed, needs to be located correctly in terms of saying you come in there, you can't just be a CEO because you've got a PhD, which is not aligned to what is needed in the workplace anyway. So we need to address that first. And secondly, to address the real challenges, whether it's inside the gate or outside the gate. So we just need to look at those mismatches and align them. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, if I may just add, if I may just add to what my colleague is saying, that PhD holder walking in and wanting to be a CEO, the new entrants into the job market now, the 2000, sure. They just want to come in and just get paid for it. That's a story for another day. Though. Thank you.
We are out of time, and in closing, I just want to say that there's no substitute for experience. So if the chance presents itself for you to do what you can where you are, please use that opportunity. I was going to ask a final question, but we don't have the time. The question was going to be, what opportunities have you made available to assist unemployed graduates? If you would like to know the answer to that question, there are stalls outside, and you can visit them and ask those questions. And get answers to those questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to panel members. Thank you very much. We really appreciate that. We've really run out of time, and I really would like to hear from youth. Let us ask Dr. Garabelo Mulantwa to just get a word or two from youth. Dr. Garabelo will come with the panel, Mr. Mfanelo Ndlela, Mr. Ndipiwe Cetshwayo, and Ms. Thandiwe Mchunu. Please come forward. Mr. Mfanelo Ndlela is a founder and the R&D director of the ECT. Mr. Ndipiwe Cetshwayo is a program manager for youth empowerment, and Ms. Thandiwe Mchunu is the director for TMGG. May I have the facilitator, please? Again, because of time, I really would like us to zoom straight into answers. We have already been discussing the challenges, but let's have the answers.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Are you guys already hungry? We're gonna try to make it as quick as possible, okay? All right. I think this platform is quite exciting, and then it's also quite engaging, and it's quite rich. I should actually give it a round of applause to the organizers that they could actually manage to gather all this rich experience, rich managers, most people that are seated in high platforms of the companies. It is quite engaging, and I believe we require and we need such an engagement where you can have both the unemployed, the employed, and the employers at the same time, so that we can actually engage. So been given a very interesting panel as well, which I'm missing one. So they want to introduce themselves. I'm Dr. Garabelo Mulantwa. I'm a lecturer at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and I've had an opportunity to also start my own businesses, of which two of them are still running, and then one is still struggling because of my other commitments. However, I chose the academic route, and that's why now I'm actually in academia. And I'm gonna be talking to them briefly as I've been instructed, just so that we can get to the lunch break. Okay, so I'm gonna ask my panelists to just introduce themselves, and then we'll just start engaging them on those matters.
I hope everyone can hear me. My name is Ndipiwe Cetshwayo. I'm actually from a very small town called Ilsigisigi, which is not in KZN. It is in the Transkei, just 3 hours away from here. When I first moved to Durban, it was in 2012 when I was in high school, and I moved to study this side, and I've established myself as a person who stays this side. I'm a graduate from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I have my degree is a Bachelor of Arts in Political Sciences and History. I felt very attacked some of the times when people were speaking, because I was like, hey, it's like they're talking to me about these qualifications that don't get jobs. But what happened was, after I finished my degree, I started my honors qualification with history, because I'm a very passionate person when it comes to history. It was something that, as I would answer someone who asked, what are you going to do with the degree? I never had an answer for it. But since high school, I did business studies, history, and accounting, and that was my thing. So I continued with it to varsity, and then when I was done, I went out into the world. I think that's one of the things that I always preach to even my friends and people that I stay with in KZN, I've noticed something about my KZN friends. They don't like leaving this province. Last year, I actually left to go to PE, Port Elizabeth, back in the Eastern Cape. I left in September last year. I started driving the e-hailing business for someone. Within 4 months that side working, I was able to buy my own car and put my car into the business. So that was the risk I took. I just woke up one day on the 31st of August. I called my mom. I was like, I'm going to PE. I don't know why. But a plan worked itself out. So yeah, I'm going to pass on to the next person to introduce themselves.
Okay, we can give that a round of applause. Taking risks and actually leaving the comfort zone to go to somewhere else and try to do something that they could not do where they were, which is quite inspiring. Okay.
Good day, everybody. My name is Tandiwe Mkunu. I am a farmer with chemical engineering skills. As another speaker was saying that we may have to study a certain type or join a certain career, but you're not limited to it. I started farming when I was very, very young, like around 5 years old with my mom. But as soon as I started analyzing myself as to what really, really I like. And even the tours, this was done at school, in high school, we took a tour to engine, and that's when I knew that I want to be a designer of these systems. And the name chemical engineering is what I was told, that for you to be designing all these systems, you need to be a chemical engineer. Now, coming to combining two skills in one. Chemical engineers, what they do, they convert raw materials into ching-ching. That's what I always say. Now, living in a country where food security is very much lacking, that's why I enjoyed doing farming, because I'm able to grow food. I started small from the front yard and backyard. Now I'm a commercial farmer growing 10,000 cabbages. And this is where I want young people to come into the space, because there's quite a lot of red tapes in the industries, various industries, which I'll hope to elaborate further on. Thank you.
That is an epitome of what you do with what you have to actually gain success. I mean, like, she did not need someone to give her a farm to start farming. She actually started practicing that, and if now she's to get a farm, I believe she can actually produce more than what she's producing now. So I believe this is what we need, the great minds that can actually utilize what they have in their disposals. That's great.
Sanibonani, igama lami uMfanelo Ndlela. I am an inventor, self-taught. I'm also the founder and R&D director of ECT. ECT is a smart utilities and renewable energy enterprise. We currently have a team of 7 team members, 3 PhD candidates, 2 master's candidates, and 1 BTech graduate, and myself as the maverick. I take all the risks. One of the risks that I took this year was submitting an application for one of our inventions, which the Moses Kotane gracefully patented for us. And we won an international award with the British High Commission. And well, last week, we just confirmed our partnership with Microsoft. And it's actually, it's actually easier to take a risk when you understand what you're going into and you know that rejection won't deter you. And that's my motto. That's how I live. I mean, it's who I am. You can never turn me down. Even if you say no, I know you'll say yes in the end.
Awesome, awesome. All right, this is what I'm talking about when I talk of greatness. This is people that literally took what they had and then they made sure that I'm gonna put it into use. And I mean, like, taking risks, most of us are actually comfortable, right? We don't want to fail. We don't want to go through a tragedy, especially as a young person. You don't want to make mistakes. You are afraid, what if I fail? What if somebody is to know about this thing and then it doesn't make it to the light? Okay, so we're gonna just briefly, in short, you guys are great, I should say, and congratulations to your achievements. Okay, so in short, we're gonna talk about what you had as a motivation to start what you started. I know there's a lot of people. I mean, somebody said that the richest place in the world is the graveyards. Okay, the emathunini. That's where great books that have never been written, great ideas, and most probably the solutions to the power cuts and also the fuel shortages is mostly probably in the graveyards because people never brought their ideas into light. Okay, so we've got few that have been selected or that have been actually managed to prove their own ideas, and I believe there's more there. So now we just want to get to from them, what drove you, what led you to saying, this is my idea, I believe in it, I'm willing to take a risk, even if I fail, I'll try again. So what motivation did you get to go beyond that risk failing or maybe doing something that doesn't happen or that doesn't, you don't get success out of it?
Okay, I will start. What motivated me to become a chemical engineer and a farmer? Starting with the chemical engineer, I'm coming from Amahlongwa, and this is mainly a rural area. When I was growing up there, we had a shortage of water, electricity. We still have now like poor services when it comes to waste collection. No, waste collection is not done like it's done in eThekwini. We have waste that is being dumped in a like a dumper, a bunker sort of thing. I don't know, I've forgotten the name because they come and collect that thing probably once a week. Now you look at that, and I said to the municipality, I have chemical engineering skills. I'm able to convert waste into energy. Kindly allow me to utilize your waste. It's right there at the doorstep where all this collector, it's right there at the doorstep of my home. And the municipality refused. And they say it's their waste and they have the licenses. I have the license. Now I'm saying this to you that you, as the young person, you may have the passion, but be aware that there are red tapes and there are people who are controlling these red tapes. So what you need to do, I didn't give up because as a chemical engineer, I also have another skill which is called farming. Then I'm utilizing farming to gain the energy, to gain the capital that I need to grow. And now I'm here invited by Moses Kotane team, and I'm going to collaborate with them so that now when I'm attacking the municipality, it's not me alone, but it's me, CSIR, UKZN, Moses Kotane, and we are coming to municipality. So yeah, Tandiwe Mkunu is a chemical engineer. She is able to convert waste into energy. What can we do to access this waste because we are controlling it? So as a young person, don't do it alone. We need institutions to work together and move forward. Thanks.
Amazing, amazing. The government officials, please don't run during lunch. You're gonna get attacked with demands for answers. I think MKI definitely created a platform to get you into place. So engage with her after the whole session. And even those people that really want to say, I want answers, I believe this is a great platform to be engaged. Thank you very much.
When it comes to what inspired me to be where I am today, there's something that I actually wanted to even share with everyone who's a graduate here, that education does not start and end at school. My biggest motivation was my dad. He was an entrepreneur who was in the taxi business. To me, whenever he spoke to me, he always spoke in a sense that says, if andisebenzi nyana, ugqirha nonesi notitshala bazofika emsebenzini. Abantu abazolimala babantwana in the future yaselsikisiki. That's how he used to speak. One thing I also want to tell people is that it's not just a matter of encouraging people to get into entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship in this country is one of the most dangerous industries you can ever go into business, especially if you're black. On the 19th of July, 2022 this year, my dad was murdered at home, 10 bullets in his body, for simply becoming a man who was working in the industry of business. He became a new inspiration to me, whereby I know 4 of my fellow students that we went to in UKZN who became Uber drivers, and they died in the hands of wanting to do better for themselves in this country. So to me, all of that became an inspiration to say, I'm not gonna run away from it, but instead I'll try. I'll try and look at it the same way a doctor looks at the way they go to work, the same way an engineer looks at the way they go to work. I'll also do that with my e-hailing business because I'm providing a service to the people of this country. And this business, as small as it is in other people's eyes, maybe I shoot 20 rand a avoid discount, but it's what's gonna grow to all the other business ideas and things that I want to do in the future. So also, I just wanted to touch on something. Our backgrounds are very different. But if we say na family, guys, we need to go back to family as black people. I think and is better in our time is that we have a lot of individualism that lives amongst us. Like I said, my inspiration was my family, and today I think I am where I am because of their sacrifices and me simply watching. They never taught me anything by word. I just watched what they did because they built their legacy from nothing.
I think this is what we were referring to when we say someone who's not afraid to fail and someone who's literally ready to take up whatever that comes. I mean, like after experiencing such a close call that your immediate father was married because of the same industry, and now you're being called up to literally step up and then do what you did. And I like what the previous chair was also saying, that she's an attorney and she's preparing the young ones coming through, which is her children, immediate children, training them up. And I should say to those employers that were here, the professors, those are the most people that are actually in pressure to say we want to, but we are unable to as well. And there are a lot of, I think, gaps that have been created. But if you can look at what they are doing, both the stories that have been shared are personal. There's a personal journey. And I think there was something very, very important that was done as the youth. I'm going to refer to them as the youth because as you grow up, they say you are 16, you are youth, you are 18, yes, you are youth, but then you're not an adult, right? You get to 21, you're still youth. You get to 25, you are still youth. So I believe we are all youth at some point, and they took those risks to say, as a youth, I can make a difference. So there's more than 20,000 graduates. There's no jobs, fact. And we cannot now blame the system of academics did not prepare us, the industry is not open enough for all of us, but then they did something which is risk-taking. I think the last panelist will also share his own story, but I believe he also did say that he is employing the educated. He has candidate master's holders and PhD holders in his company. And I should also maybe highlight something from what he said. He is not a PhD holder, but he's willing to employ PhD holders. That is something that I should applaud him for, that he took a risk to create a platform to employ those that are sitting at home with qualifications and not being able to use them. I think he's gonna share his own part of the story, that what gave you that risk to say, I can take a doctor who studied for more than 10 years or a master's degree holder who studied for 7 or 6 years and employ them and actually take that risk of saying, I'm gonna pay you every month. What comes into your mind for you to actually, or what came into your mind and what motivated you to end up doing what you're doing?
Okay, I think the most critical thing is to always speak about vision. That's the one word I never heard today, and it's kind of telling. We don't have a collective vision as Black people, as KZN, as South Africa. So without a vision, the nation is doomed. Our vision at ECT is to emancipate Africa's economy through manufactured engineering, right? So we basically manufacture products and solutions that will address all African problems, which will be addressed by African people with the relevant qualifications, skill sets, and mindset. So my motivation was the critical fact that all the raw materials are extracted from Africa, but are never manufactured and processed in Africa. And then they manufactured and processed in another country, then sold back to Africans, and the only thing Africans are allowed to do is buy. We have to put an end to that. That's it.
Thank you.
Just to add a little bit, another thing that as young people we need to do is just to look at our household. Look at what is it that we can produce at household level. You look at the toothpaste, where is it coming from? We look at the toothpicks in the kitchen, where are they coming from? The towels, the bedding, What is it that you can do? Whether is it fashion or you want to stick to to the kitchen, like I am doing now because I started with the farming. But look at what you can do at household level. Look at all the products at your home. What is it that you can manufacture? Because it's the manufacturing sector that is able to create more jobs than any other. Thank you.
Awesome. They say the food is ready outside, so it's getting cold. I don't want to mess up your appetite as yet, but you just want to go through the last question. There's still more questions, but you want to just give them 30 seconds each to answer this one, right? Change of mindset. He spoke about a vision, which is, I believe, that's where everything starts, from your mind. You envision it, you plan it, you go for it. I mean, you were told proper preparation prevents poor performance. How do you prepare yourself? You grew up in a society or in a family where everyone is not educated. You grew up in a family where no one wants to do anything different. The whole community doesn't want to take a risk or a step forward to do something about their lives. And then we've got different mindsets that Robert Kiyosaki says that one has a mind to win, one a mind to be right, and the mind to be liked, and the mind to be comfortable. Which mindsets did you have to shift as an individual to be where you are? As an inventor, I mean, like, to invent something, invention goes a long way. It's not just wake up in the morning, that's an idea. You don't start some an idea that actually breaks boundaries. Look at Elon Musk. I mean, like, we're looking at people that broke the boundaries, and these are the future Elon Musk that are walking in the path of breaking barriers. What mindsets did you have to shift as youth? And this goes way beyond those that are still going to be graduating. Every year, nationally, we've got 20,000 plus graduates. Companies don't want to apply, don't want to employ because they say you are unemployable. Now you have to shift your mind. I demand a job because I've got a degree. I went to the university, I got my qualification. What do I then have to do with this paper? I am in debt because of a loan that I took to study, but then the mind shift. We cannot blame the government, we cannot blame the employers. If they don't want to employ, it's theirs. But then from your side, how did you shift your mind to say, I'm not gonna be a needy minding kind of person, but then I'm gonna be a creating and an innovator kind of person?
Okay, maybe I'll just start if that's possible. So the most critical thing is this fact. It's a fact, and it doesn't care about your emotions. It's the fact that if you are born poor, it's not your fault. But if you die poor, you only have yourself to blame, right? That's one. Two, if you only do what is easy, life will be hard. If you only do what is hard, life will be easy. And I'm harding right now because I want an easy life. That's my response.
What I did was surround myself with people who are where I want to be. Surround myself with people who are positive, because when you surround yourself with positive energy, you attract positive things. You surround yourself with people who are always talking negative things, then even the evil spirits will also be attracted to you. We won't progress. So attract what you like. And the people even you are communicating with, even on social media, if they are talking toxic around you, even on social media, you are attracting that toxic energy towards you. So just DJ, back off with all the negativity and progress with positivity.
Okay, 30 seconds. No, on my side, the only thing that I can advise people is that one thing I used to observe about university was that university is a very big community. University will teach you what life is supposed to be outside of it. So what I did was I taught myself a skill in university that I'll have a friend at engineering, I'll have a friend at humanities, I have a friend at law school, because all of these people, I have something to learn from them. So xa ungumntu uhlala nabantu, you must always have abantu bayuzi, but they always know something that you don't, and you know something that they don't. So ukuvana nabantu is not a crime. Uba nabangani abayi-50, you don't have to be best friends forever and then be by two. Funda ukuhlala nabantu so that you can be able to learn from people. Most of the skills I have, they don't come from my head, they don't come from me. Yes, once I implement them, it comes from me, but I learn from people. I used to have a fear of speaking in front of people when I was in school. All my oral exams, I get Fagus zero, ma'am. You understand? But when I got to university, I was like, no, I'm tired of this. I joined organizations, I participated with SASCO. There's also this thing I wanted to pass on before we've closed. There's something called a right to learn. Universities. There are programs that students do. If we want to integrate with universities, we need the institution together with the private sectors and all the parties that talk that they want to see change to go to these programs and support these kids. I was in university for 6 years, but whenever we did a program called Right to Learn, it was purely students. The vice chancellor will only come when he's about to be fired. Then he'll appear all of a sudden. Then you're like, oh, so this is the vice chancellor. So those are the things that I always learn. When you go to university, come with a clean mind. And if you've left university, don't forget your friends because bafundile abantu nawe ufundile, and you guys can learn a lot from each other.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. I think they do deserve another round of applause. Please just give it to them. Uh, in closing, before they descend, I just want to also share my own in 20 seconds, right? What he's saying is basically what most of us are faced with. It doesn't matter who you are, life happens to us all. You can lose a parent at a very young age. At that particular moment, you are faced with life. And sometimes the family that you're talking about is not even there. And which is why we've got people that are very skilled that can actually sing or have a talent that needs to be nurtured, but then they don't have the opportunity to explore and exploit that talent or that skill that they have. So this is the reality that we need to face as a society, that if I'm alone, what can I do? He's talking about his own invention that brought him his own company. Now he's an employer. We need support around us. He spoke about living where you were born to go find something. Yes, my parents died in Lisukisiki. What must I then do? Must I also die here, or am I gonna go out and seek help? So what he did is that I went to PE and did something else which was different. He took a risk, right? She also did the same thing, that okay, I've got a farm, I'm a chemical engineer, I should be in the lab mixing chemicals, but I'm gonna actually do something which is not even qualification related. Those are the risks that we are faced with as people. I don't want to say black people, because if you can look in the streets, it's no longer black beggars only. That's a reality. So wake up to the reality. They spoke about how to change your mind. As a lecturer, I've been through skill challenges as well, where I'm an academic, but I need money. I am studying, but I need money. Should I go steal? Should I go stand behind the till, get 500 rand to pay my rent? It's a choice that you have to make sometimes on your own, but I believe we are well equipped with people that can literally motivate us from a distance, and today we can literally hear their stories. So round of applause to them once again. Thank you very much.
The time has run out really, and we are not going to have the session where we have Q&A because it's really late. But I would request that members that are in attendance today send their solutions, not questions, solutions to our email address and the email address is research@moseskotane.com, so that we can register your solution, so that we can also get your details. Research@moseskotane.com. And we did have a government solution panel, but I would request that we skip that panel, but rather I would give because all the answers that where government was going to say were really covered mostly by the panel members, and Dr. Mtembo did cover those. I would rather request that those who were set to be panel members to give a summary wherever they are, and we're going to have a mic, and we're going to ask them to summarize from where they are, including the facilitator, to just give their own summary, so that we can move to the resolutions, and we'll request Dr. Simangele Cele to give us to table the resolutions of this symposium in 2 minutes, and then we'll have closing remarks, and then we close the session. After that, we will then go for lunch. after lunch, we will then go to exhibitions and ask for information. Department of Labor is here for those who are unemployed and those who want to register. You will fill in the forms, ask companies questions, and then we will network, exchange information, and departure. So that's going to be the order for today. I will request that we do not have the panel for government because those questions have already been answered, but I will request that members do summarize from the government perspective. So firstly, I will ask Mr. Sabelo Ntuli, wherever he is, to summarize. Mr. Ntuli is the Chief Director of Youth Development at the Office of the Premier, followed by Mr. Mpumelelo Nhlapo, who's an active Chief Director, Cultural Affairs, Department of Sports and Culture, Arts and Culture, Ms. Nompumelelo Zuma, from NYDA, as well as Mr. Thabo Tseme, who's the chairperson of SAYC in KZN. So that's going to be the order. Mr. Sabelo Ntuli, can we have a mic? Please, can we have a mic for Mr. Ntuli?
Thank you very much, Program Director, and good afternoon. My name is Sabelo Ntuli from the Office of the Premier, Youth Chief Directorate. One of the interventions that the government has done to fight the unemployment is develop some strategies and policies. And one of them, I think the colleagues have been spoken a lot about reading and some policies in order to be informed. We've got a national youth policy that actually has been developed by the National Department. The province of KwaZulu-Natal will therefore develop a provincial integrated youth development strategy, of which it has about 5 pillars. And in one of those pillars, we talk of skills development, we talk of the curriculum and how to realign the curriculum with the labor market. We've got job creation and the employment as another pillar in that particular. And the issues of mental health, because we understand that with the pandemic and so forth, young people, they also need to look after their health and so forth. So those are the policies that we are having. And the sixth administration of KwaZulu-Natal, they committed all government departments to have the plans that are submitted to the Office of the Premier, and they are monitored. And those particular plans are for the implementation of programs to empower young people in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Having said that, as the Office of KwaZulu-Natal, I think I heard that the Moses Kotane Institute is also having a graduates database. We are collecting data also, and I've been talking to my colleague that there's quite a number of databases in KwaZulu-Natal. And at some point, I think the other colleagues have spoken about the silo mentality that we are working from different corners. So at some stage, we need to consolidate those particular databases. But the main aim of our database basically is to reskill young people, because we've seen there's a need for youth to be reskilled since they cannot get employment in whatever field that they have done. So we are reskilling, we are working with SITAs, we are collecting that particular. Currently, Program Director, we're sitting about 6,500 graduates in our database, and it's a call for concern. And as government, we are also saying, in order for employment opportunities, you need to tap in that particular database. Having said that, Chair, we are also having, we've just deployed recently the mobile offices for service to service rural youth in particular, whereby we are saying some of young people in rural areas, they are unable to find opportunities because they don't have access to government offices and so forth. So we've got offices that we have deployed throughout the province of KwaZulu-Natal to service youth. Those offices, they've got links from NSFAS, they've got links from NYDA, SA Youth Mobi, and so forth, and graduate database. So we are trying to bring also services closer to people where they are. We are also in that particular offering free Wi-Fi. If that particular office comes next to your place of residence, you are able to access free Wi-Fi and be able to look for opportunities that are there. We are also partnered with the Department of Labor, I think with NYDA also, whereby we are doing job preparedness workshops. Those job preparedness workshops also is to try and assist graduates, because we've seen that there's a lack of those soft skills. You can have a degree, however, some of our graduates, they lack that particular soft skills. Chair, maybe in closing, what we've done as a province of KwaZulu-Natal, you'll remember that we launched the Youth Fund for KwaZulu-Natal youth to start their businesses. In 2020, we approved about 53 applications to the value of 69 million rand. Youth Fund is giving between 50,000 up to 2 million rand as a grant. Then that was also another effort of government to try and address the issues of unemployment, so that young people can create their own businesses to employ other young people. But what was called for concern is businesses proposals that we have received. They are just similar old ideas that we are having, catering, tenders, and so forth. There's a lack of innovation among those business ideas that have been coming forth. And we see ourselves that we've been complaining about unemployed graduates database. Unemployed graduates because they've done maybe irrelevant causes to the market. And we're gonna now be having so much businesses that do not have a market because they are oversaturated. Most of young people focusing on a certain, but we are calling for young people to be innovative with respect to businesses and so forth.
Yeah.
So basically, that's our contribution, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ntuli. Right. Thank you. I have lost my program, but I did call for. Let's hear from NYDA, please. No NYDA. SAYC. We have SAYC.
Greetings, all colleagues. My name is Thabo Cheme. I'm the deputy chairperson of the South African Council, which is well, we are not a government structure, but we exist to represent the interest of young people in both the public and the private sector. Number one, we hoped that we were going to expand on our duties as an organization if we had that opportunity, but obviously we were plotted by being the last panel where people are impatient because we're about to attend issues of lunch, but it's fine. But obviously, the research from the MKI that was read by Dr. Uteles, we agree with it a lot, especially on the part of education, that in South Africa, the problem, number one, is implementation. We don't implement our decisions in South Africa. We have good policies, including the government, but all these policies are not being implemented, especially that government has a fear of private sector. That's why government, you can see even lots of speakers here, they are taking the government where it's an easy target. But the private sector, they would come in this platform and speak very, very nice and present very nice opportunities. But when they live here, they don't implement what they're saying. So that's what we exist for, to hold those who are responsible to implement the policies, both in government and in the private sector, accountable. You want to know, when you're saying you have opportunities or we have funding as a government, where is it and where is your product? We really, really, really don't believe that in a field in everyone is employed, including doctors. South Africa, they're unemployed. But those things are counted and discussed. So that is our solemn existence. So if government really wants to attend to the issues of unemployment and address unemployment, we must reprioritize in our education. our education system in South Africa does not assist, but it contributes to the problem that we're facing in South Africa. It does not respond to the needs of society. Obviously, it's a topic for another day, why is it like that? But really the government has opportunities that they offer, but they need to be monitored and to ensure that all those resolutions and those presentations that are being brought here, they are implemented. Thank you. I think we're going to stop.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for that contribution. May I hear from Mr. Nhlapo? Is Mr. Nhlapo here? Okay, right. And I will request who was Mr. Zandaya, who was supposed to be the facilitator, to come and summarize for us. Please come forward, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Tandega, and good afternoon, everyone. Sure we're close to lunch and we are all raring to fill our stomach. So unfortunately, we're the last speaker. We didn't get to do our panel discussion, but I think the respective speakers, they summarized very well, and I'm sure you all got the solutions that government will supply in order to mitigate this problem of unemployment. Okay, my name is Evans Jandire. I am from UKZN, from CASE, which stands for the Center for Academic Success in Engineering, in Science and Engineering. So what we do at this center is we increase access to universities, because we know that students from disadvantaged schools or schools in quintile 1 and 2, they may not have all the facilities to attain enough matric points to join the science degrees and the engineering degrees. So what we do in CASE is we take them through an extended period. It's unfortunate that some of those two success stories were here. They are now lecturers at UKZN, but they've just left now. It was Dr. Pindile Koza and Dr. Muzamo Shoz. And we also have, I am based in the Engineering Access Program, where we train, where we have students joining the engineering program. They complete the engineering degree in 5 years instead of the usual 4 years that the mainstream students go through. So it is an incredible opportunity which you can take out to your young brothers and sisters out there. If they have a passion to come and study engineering at UKZN, this is an alternative access. And engineers, their employment prospects are still relatively okay, and we have most of the students getting employed. And we've had many success stories. So yeah, so pass on the word to everyone, and when they do their applications on Central Application Office, they should remember to include those access programs. And I want to thank also the captains of industries, for sharing all the information, and I've learned a thing or two, and I'll possibly be contacting some of them to come and talk to our students. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zandire. May I have Dr. Simangele Cele to give us the resolutions of this symposium? Yes. Oh, it's okay. You can do it from there if that's what you wish for. It's okay. It's okay. And Dr. Simangele Cele is the chairperson of the annual conference themed Africanizing the Curriculum, Revisiting the Curriculum Discourse in Higher Education.
She is also in teaching and learning. She is also responsible for strengthening the partnerships between the industry and the universities. She is also into research, internationalization, and innovation. Thank you very much.
Long live the spirit of Moses Kotane, long live. Greetings. Thank you, Program Director. I'm not going to be long. Thank you to the two research practitioners that have assisted in actually collating what has been articulated throughout since morning. Thank you to Dr. Mdiniso. She's been of assistance as well. Without wasting time, what we have captured is one. I'm not going to be very fast, but I'm trying and summarize, because what we've captured, we're trying to reduce slides, but they just kept on expanding. Interventions should be centered around fighting the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. That is the base. Hence, strategies and policies have to be developed to address these triple challenges by introducing curriculum change models at primary schools to be relevant for the labor market, in summary. And we've divided solutions that were articulated in the 3 panels, starting from panel 1 and moving chronologically. Transformation of the curriculum, be discovered, promoting critical thinking and be innovative. The economic reappropriation and move away from neo-colonialists. Aligning the skills that are required. Curriculum to be responsive to societal needs. And then promoting the node for African thought. TVET colleges curriculum responding to society's needs by scanning surrounding environment, collaborating with sitters to fund students. All programs we have WIL, that is work integrated learning, and realigning the curriculum in all programs to be in line with industry partners, strengthening research to generate new knowledge. And again, to apply the new knowledge that is generated in the classroom, which is highly important, so that we abstain from regurgitating knowledge that was taught in the 1990s and the 80s. Then focus on the 4 pillars, that is teaching and learning, research, community engagement, university, and okay, I'll stop there. And then to infuse entrepreneurship in all the modules for students to bring change to their community. Portfolio development to be instituted, virtual portfolios, and so forth, simulations, and understanding that you are in the 4th industrial revolution moving to the 5th. So a lot needs to happen even virtually. We're coming from the pandemics, and there are many other pandemics to follow, so this is very important. How do we navigate virtually without lagging behind due to the pandemics? Curriculum to produce job creators, not job seekers. WIL keeps on coming in all the panels, and from most of the speakers as well. WIL is to be done in consultation with the various stakeholders, including advisory boards that needs to be formed in the university space, in each and every department, in the different faculties. WIL resides with, hence WIL must reside with departments. Without WIL, no graduation. Part-time short courses for employers, academic development programs for quality assurance, and so forth. Professionalization of programs also came out, whereby we have faculties like your psychology, tourism, and many more that would also engineering, you know, and so forth, that would need to be professionalized. The process has got to be done. Reduce enrollment in courses that are redundant and that are oversaturated. Incorporate a multidisciplinary approach to learning. Higher education, government and industry collaboration to enhance job seeking and livelihood of students. Then panel 2, forum to be established whenever we have these discussions. Okay, just forums to be established. And then again, it comes to redesigning the curriculum, strengthen academia and industry, partnership, focus on growing our economy and manufacturing, and then focus on the skills that are needed in South Africa, mechatronics, engineering, power generation, firefighting, water operator, if I captured that well, plumbing, civil engineer, project management came up again, then building contractors, that is the build industry. Then in service training programs, soft skills are also a requirement. And then panel 3, youth empowerment solutions, business support for the youth, collaboration in terms of the business support and also the business for the sustainability of the businesses. Reinvest in our communities, and then have the collective vision. It needs to be brought in, manufacture local products, and let us not forget Ubuntu, that we are Africans, where we come from, who we are, very important. Then panel 4, develop strategies and policies, skills development, job creation, mental health. The plans should be on various programs in there are various programs in the pipeline. Database for unemployed youth to reskill youth, which is also very important. Mobile offices to service youth in rural areas, NSFAS, NYDA, free Wi-Fi, job preparedness workshops, youth funds to start businesses, reiterated as well. Implementation of the policies both in government and private sectors, government to respond to societal needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tele, for those resolutions and capturing those resolutions. I would like to now request Dr. Isaac Macri, who is a board member, to come and give us the closing remarks. Dr. Macri is the chairperson, besides being a board member, is the chairperson of the Research and Development Committee at the Moses Kotane Institute. He is an academic, he's a business person, he's in government, he's everywhere, well experienced, and let's hear from him. Thank you.
I think it's a privilege for me to be standing between you and lunch. And I promise I won't be long. Initially, as I was sitting, listening to various speakers and panels, I was taking notes, hoping that during the closing remarks, I'll probably summarize what are the major outcomes for each and every presentation, but I will not be doing that because there appears to be a consensus among the various speakers and panels that were actually taking us through various discussions today. The consensus is that we're actually faced with a much bigger problem than we have actually thought. And before I tell you what that problem is, I will try and conceptualize it or contextualize it. The context here is, if you want to build your dream house, that dream house is unique. It doesn't exist anywhere else. It's your house. So you have to first try and imagine it and get resources for it, and you build it from scratch. So you cannot go around and look for a building that already exists and try to renovate that building, hoping that it will actually result in your dream house. Your creativity will actually be locked within that old structure. It doesn't matter how much resources you put into it. I think that was the gravest mistake that we actually embarked on in 1994 when we're trying to revamp the higher education institutions in South Africa. We tried to build on what has been coming across here as a colonial education system. And we have not moved, we're still locked in that era. Today we're talking about unemployed graduates because that system was meant to produce unemployed graduates when we actually inherited it. And we're still talking today about the same problem, and it will never go away unless we do things differently. Most of us, including in government, we probably know the problems, but seem like no one actually has the backbone to tackle that problem. So the context to this is that basically it's almost like we have to, just like when you want to build that dream house, you have to demolish the structure that exists and start from scratch. And therefore, it calls upon our government to go back and rethink on our existing higher education system. And if it means it has to happen that way, we have to dismantle it, forgo the current system and come up with our new education system that will be sufficiently differentiated to actually talk to finding solutions to South Africa as we know them. And we cannot find solutions in our current education system because our creativity is locked within the framework that was never designed to actually find solutions to the South African continent. So those are just my closing remarks. Thank you. You can go and have lunch.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makri. Yes, that is quite true. Here's an opportunity from Vodacom. Vodacom is running a 12-week learning program in AWS that is open to graduates. You're welcome to collate the CVs from the fair. Also, that means Moses Kotane can actually assist you in collating the CVs to join the Restart program. But there are limited spaces, and the selection panel is very strict, and they will be deciding on who attends the program. And therefore, I think you can be in touch with the Moses Kotane Institute, Dr. Buthelezi, who's going to assist you. Dr. Buthelezi, can they be in touch with you on this one? Be in touch with Dr. Buthelezi on this one. Her email address is simpiwe.buthelezi@moseskotane.com. Her email address is available on our website. And besides Vodacom, there are other companies that are exhibiting outside. You are welcome to go and ask them questions and ask for opportunities. And with that, I would like to thank, firstly, the board for allowing us to do this program today. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving us an opportunity to bring the stakeholders into one room, under one roof, and discuss this. And thank you very much to Dr. Makri for allowing us as the chairperson of the Research and Development Committee to implement the research findings in such a manner. And then when it comes to Moses Kotane Institute, I would really like to thank Dr. Buthelezi for putting this program together. This was such a hectic program because of the stakeholders that needed to come under one roof. And really, I commend you, Dr. Buthelezi, for delivering, for conducting the research, for delivering or disseminating this information, for influencing the society of KZN through your research findings. And then I will go to thank all of our stakeholders. I will thank our speakers, our panels, our facilitators, and our attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been very patient, even though we've run over time, but I think you've been very patient, and thank you very much. And lastly, I would like to thank the staff of the Moses Kotane Institute for working so hard to make sure that this program comes together. Thank you very much. Lunch is served. Room 5, lunch is served, room 5. Thank you very much. Travel safely.
Sometimes I go for